Hello and welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's live stream and to this iteration of Let's Build for Pauper Commander, where we bring commanders that are spoiled, commanders that maybe you haven't seen before, into your ears and your eyes, and we build them live on stream with you and your contributions to bring these resources to the community and broaden our understanding of competitive Pauper Commander. My name's Ryan, Papa Pauper, and really stoked to have you all here today. Give me a little thumbs up in chat if you can hear my voice, if the audio and the visuals are coming through clearly. And yeah, I hope you all are having a great day wherever you are in the world. Today, we are focusing on a really awesome character from The Lord of the Rings. This is Theoden, King of Rohan. And boy, are we going to be doing some big, slappy, Boros, badass shit. This commander is so cool. So really pumped for this today. In fact, this is really just one of a number of really exciting cards for the 99. This one doesn't fit in the 99, of course, for Pauper Commander, but also in the command zone that are definitely going to add a lot of much needed strength to aggressive archetypes. Aggro traditionally can have a little difficulty in multiplayer formats because there's just so much more life that you need to reduce to win the game. Your one way of ending it is going to be through combat. And now that sometimes is a misnomer because you don't have to do all 30 damage in most cases. Usually there's going to be other decks at the table who are also going to be applying pressure to people's life totals. So in reality, it's maybe more like 45 or 50. And that's where this commander is really exciting because one way that you can amplify your pressure through combat is through double strike. So if you've seen the card, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, let's take a look. Here we have Theoden, King of Rohan. Let's pull him up big on the screen. Theoden, King of Rohan is a 3 mana, 1 red and a white Boros commander. It's a legendary creature, human noble, and it is a 2/3. When Theoden, King of Rohan, or another human enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. Double strike is an incredibly powerful mechanic in an aggressive deck. It means that we are going to win combat much more frequently than we otherwise might. Something like evasion might accomplish the same thing because we're able to connect more regularly. But double strike is going to make it much harder to block the damage. It's going to turn small things into absolute monsters. And it's going to allow us to lower our curve in such a way that small things can still connect. Something I've noticed in a real beautiful and wonderful deck that I've been enjoying playing lately is in Third Path Iconoclast. Third Path Iconoclast is red and a blue for a 2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you make a 1/1 artifact soldier creature token, I want to say. I might be wrong on the soldier. But in that deck, it's a mid-range deck, so it's a bit apples to oranges. But in that deck, when you want to apply aggression with your 1/1s, you're not as able to freely do so without taking casualties. Now, those creatures don't cost you mana to make, in a sense. They just come with your commander, right? So you're casting your spells, and then the reward for that is you're getting these 1/1s. But when you swing in, you're going to take casualties because they're going to block some of our swarm. And the idea is that we're connecting by proxy for larger amounts of damage, by proxy of the fact that we just have more attackers, and they're expendable. In this deck, we have a different dynamic going on, which is that a 1 mana 2/1, say a Savannah Lion or a, let's see, what's the other one? It's called Elite Vanguard, I think it is. It's a 1 mana 2/1 human soldier. Those creatures are hitting for 4. They're going to be able to win combat, at least in a trade, with much larger things, say 4/4s. They'll trade in that instance. If they ever get buffed, they're actually going to start winning combat against much larger things. Something like a 2 mana 3/1 is going to trade with a 6 toughness creature. It'll trade with a Dargo. It'll trade with a Oxida finisher, with a Sailor's Bane. It need to be a little bit bigger for that. But these are really powerful effects. So King of Rohan is a force multiplier. It's like giving a rocket launcher to a soldier where suddenly you can take out much larger threats with your infantry. So very cool commander, Super stoked to be talking about this today. We're on a bit of a Boros spree right now. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend checking out another exciting Boros commander from the Lord of the Rings set, and that is Shadowfax, Lord of Horses. Shadowfax being a 5-mana 4/4, gives horses haste. It's in Boros, and it flips creatures into play much like a CEDH deck, Kalia of the Vast. But it actually has haste. So while it's a little bit more expensive, it's actually a little bit bigger. It itself has haste, and it puts creatures into a play with lesser power into play, tapped and attacking a player of your choice. It's a way to cheat creatures into play. So we're on a Boros roll. One of the things I've discovered recently about Boros is that irrespective of your commander, there is a core of very respectable Boros stuff that gives us the tools we need to play almost any sort of game. I think control with Boros is going to rely that you actually have a commander that can generate repeat advantage either by killing something over and over again or by drawing cards or having some other form of resource advantage to keep up. But aggro and mid-range, it's a great place to be for Boros. Having recently seen some very interesting data that my co-host Clay has been gathering recently regarding the numbers we're gathering from the format through cpdh.guide, a great place for information on these things. I can tell you that Boros is very successful in the aggro strategy. Now that's probably mostly accounted for by Gut Leader, Gut Inspiring Leader, which is a great competitive aggro deck. And I think this deck actually has the chops to be not only a fantastic counter to that deck, but also faster. I did some math recently on how that's possible. And if you were to curve out on turn 4 with a couple of spells, namely Elite Vanguard into some 3-power 2-drop into Theoden, and then on turn 4, you play some 3-drop and Horn of the, this is a new card from the set. We'll go take a look at it under expanding here. It is an instant, I believe. Let's see if we can find it here. So we'll do set LOTR. I wonder if some of this stuff, some of this stuff didn't come through here. Yeah, a couple of these I need to add. Human Knight, the Squire of the King. We're going to just get these in here. The one I'm looking for, though, is Rally the Hornburg. This is from that legendary moment in the second movie, in the second book, where the soldiers of the Rittermark, the Rohirrim, burst forth from their fortress, and they charge out onto the plains to take on the hosts of Isengard. And this spell creates 2 1/1 white human soldier tokens. But this is amazing. It gives all of them haste, and it gives all of our humans haste. So that 2-drop, assuming it connects with somebody, is going to hit for 2 on turn 2. And then turn 3, we're going to play Theoden, and we're going to give double strike to the 3/1. That pushes our damage up to 12 total damage. On turn 4, if we play a 3-drop, we grant double strike to the 3-drop, the current 3-drop. We play the Rally at the Hornburg, grant everything haste. 2 humans enter, 2 more counts double strike Theoden, and on the other 3/1, we can actually swing for 32 damage on turn 4, which is massive. That's a huge amount of damage to be dealing so early in the game. There are a lot of other scenarios, though, where we're going to push just enormous amounts of damage, over the course of like turn 7. So very excited about this. We've got a really spicy one here for us today. I'm just going to throw a couple of these into our considering list, which is where we're going to start for the list, as we always do. Now, if you are interested in getting access to these lists prior to the show, as much as a week in advance of the show, you should consider joining our Patreon for the Common Connoisseurs. Become a connoisseur yourself through Patreon. Now, how can you do that? You can go to patreon.com/Common Connoisseurs. We have 5 different tiers. It's very important to Clay and I that we make this accessible for you. So there's all different ways to contribute to the channel and to this project of really broadening the voice, the visibility, and deepening our understanding of this favorite format of mine, CPDH. So we have a $2 a month for connoisseur level service, and we have $5 a month with a couple of extra benefits, the ability to vote on your Let's Build, as well as early access to the videos. And then when you go up to the $10 a month through Aficionado, you get member shoutouts like this, which are going to happen in just a moment. We're going to get the early access to the videos. It's all additive. You'll actually get access to all the templates that you see here, all these things that I've custom created for my channel, I make accessible to you. And this is a huge value if you want to get access to these sort of interfaces for your own streaming, whether it's just casually with your friends where say you're playing Dota and you want to show your face and your screen to your friends while you're playing on Discord. This is one way you can do it, and I add the names in for you. So this is a great value on owned.gg. These are $50 to $100 for a full interface package, and I offer anything from our Moxfield playtest custom package so that you can play Magic for free through Spelltable and OBS, to interfaces like this where you can show your face alongside your screen. And this is a great access. The next thing that we're adding, and this is what people just got access to early this week, is that I am posting publicly my discussions with my co-hosts and my initial thoughts in our supporters only section of the Discord, where those people are able to see exactly what it is that we're going to be putting into these decks ahead of time and even contribute to the building of the deck beforehand. So if that's exciting to you, if you want to see my thoughts on these new hype commanders, as well as old ones that maybe I have confidence in, something like Ravenous Squirrel, very exciting commander that I've built once before, but probably going to revisit, that's a great way to do it. You also get to see some really cool discourse as it relates to this stuff. So one of the things that I do as well is that with this last build of Shadowfax, one of the things that we encountered was that we approached with a hypothesis, and that hypothesis ended up being disproven, which was, can we build a deck that is going to be a little more commander ambivalent while also benefiting from just how broken it is to cheat creatures into play off Shadowfax? The answer was no. It stretched the deck in too many directions. And so one of the cool things I wanted to offer to people was an explanation of what are we going to do next, what went wrong, what went well. So if you look here, this is a breakdown that I offered to our connoisseurs, our supporters on Patreon, where we talked about what we learned. We talked about what we were going to do in the next live stream. And people were able to contribute to this and offer their own thoughts and ideas. So if you want access to this supporter section where we have a general commons, we have deck lists from all the things that are posted here. They're finely curated, all finely formatted. They're all searchable and taggable, as well as a section on human advancement where at my job currently, I get to listen to a lot of podcasts, and we get a lot of incredible stuff that I listen to, and I post it here for you to learn how to be a better human. Not that I necessarily know, but these people do. For discussion, and then also a section that I'm really excited about. Clay and I, it's really important to us to support people in the community in expanding the number of content creators for competitive Pauper Commander. We're really passionate about this format and this mission, and we want to get it into more people's hands. And we know that rising waters raise all ships. So if you're interested in stepping up your game and trying out content creation for yourself, this is where I post all the stuff about the evolving thumbnail design that I've been experimenting with, different best practices for social media engagement, all the podcasts that talk about this kind of stuff. This is a great place to do it. So with that said, I hope you'll consider joining our Patreon and checking out the awesome services we have there. And now with that, let's get on with the deck build. So we're going to quickly move these things over into considering, as we really need to kind of start from the ground up here. And I don't want to have anything sitting in here that we haven't thoroughly vetted yet. So we're going to get all those into considering. And of course, make sure to drink a lot of water out there, folks. I'm feeling awfully parched. So I'm going to grab my water bottle. Just one moment. One of these days we'll get one of those bots that where folks can, remind me to drink water, because as you may not know, streaming and talking for long periods of time to a computer is thirsty business. So cheers. Shall we? Okay. My thought here is that clearly this is a humans tribal deck. However, not everything necessarily has to be a human for it to be good in the deck. Most things probably want to be humans. We want to ensure that we're getting a consistent set of triggers from our spells off the top that are going to allow to amplify our threat so we can maintain pressure. However, there are cards like Savannah Lion, for example, which if we go down to considering here, you'll see it's right at the top. Let's see if we can find it. You can see there's a lot of 1-drops here. Savannah Lions. This is a 1 mana 2/1. This is swinging for 4 when it's granted double strike. So the hope would be something like this would come in early, and then we can continue to buff its power. So something like this is definitely one of those places. The other design heuristic that I'm going to be looking for here is a lot of 3/1s. 2 mana 3/1s in particular are just going to, it's any 2-drop hitting for 6 damage is incredibly powerful. And I want to see as many of those as we possibly can. So when I did my search, and you can see we have 100 and how many? 151 cards that I've considered for the deck. I'm going to be focusing heavily on our curve here. And you may see a trend here through the videos that I've done thus far, which is that lately I've really been exploring just how much we can focus on curve in decks. And this is something that I'm evolving as a Magic player by doing these Let's builds, because it's offering this opportunity for me to explore new and interesting space that I don't normally do. I trend towards playing mid-range quite a bit. And the beauty of this is that in mid-range, you're not as worried about how much the spells cost. But as I've experimented more with efficiency in our beaters, particularly with evasion, pairing evasion with efficiency, it's really changed the way I've built decks. Golem is a great example of that. If you haven't seen the video, check out the channel and watch Golem. That deck is super, super fun. It's all built on mana curve. Passageway Seer used to be a mid-range deck for me, kind of a control-ish mid-range deck where Passageway Seer wasn't really swinging that much. It was more just a big life-linking blocker that gained the initiative on turn 3. And the evolution of that deck was to make it very aggressive. And the heuristics were evasion and mana cost. So I've actually organized the deck by mana value. 17 1-drops, 12 2-drops, maybe 5 or 6 3-drops, and then I think like a couple of 4-drops, right? And really getting in early, applying aggression, because if they're evasive, it doesn't matter that they're small. They're connecting every turn, which is great also for initiative Monarch type decks. In this deck, we also want small creatures. We don't need them to have evasion, because First Strike is a form of evasion in a sense. It means that if our opponent has valuable things in play, they may not block because they don't want to lose in combat. They don't want to be set under the Abyss. We may force them under the Abyss in certain cases because of the nature of this deck, but that's something to keep in mind, is that we're going to be building with that same heuristic. So the next thing is going to be protection. We're going to definitely want a fair bit of protection for Theoden, but it won't be nearly as much as Shadowfax. This deck will have the ability to apply a lot of pressure even without Theoden in play, either through some limited number of anthems, through maybe some combat buffs that we have stapled onto creatures. But we still do want to have Theoden in play. That protection isn't going to be so much of the Chomano's Blessing variety, and it's going to be more of the Flicker variety. We may still play Chomano's and Benevolent Blessing, maybe some interactive pieces like Stave Off, or something that increases power like Angelic Intervention. So protection that interacts with our opponent, protection that may grant us a little bit of power. but mostly flickers. And the reason is that flickering is going to allow us to get more double strike triggers. It's also going to grant us the ability to potentially interact with our opponent's things during their turn. So how does that look? Well, say somebody swings with a Dargo at a player that you want dead. You could flicker with Ephemerate your Theoden and grant double strike to that Dargo. Now, the beauty of that is that if they connect, it's a serious amount of damage. It's, that's a ton of damage. It's 14 damage on a commander and it's trampling. But the other element of it is that our opponents may then actually have to kill the Dargo. So that's going to turn our double striking effect into a way to draw removal to our opponent's things. Okay, so that's really exciting to me too. A lot of cool directions to take this. Let's get started with it. These 1-drops are where we're going to start here. And there's a couple of ones that we're definitely going to play. Savannah Lions is going to go in here. We're going to put our Elite Vanguard, the Human Soldier, 2/1. This is a perfect card for the deck. We're going to play the, this is actually pretty amazing. Any sort of 1-drop that can force multiply later on, where, essentially you can read this as this is a 1/1 lifelink that has another card stapled onto it, which is 5 mana +3/+3. It's not amazing, but it's a mana sink that's basically a spell. And that's a form of resource advantage. So I like that a lot. Jin Shooting Star up in the chat. Yo, welcome, my friend. Glad to have you again here. And I want to mention too, we're going to experiment with something a little bit different today. I really want to get 2 games in on live stream with you, the viewers, after this is done. One with Theoden and one with Shadowfax. So if you're interested, post in chat here. Let me know. It'll be first come, first serve. You are all welcome to play if you'd like. We may have to do a stream reset so that I can get my OBS to be able to look at 2 things. For those of you that don't know, OBS recommends you don't have 2 instances of OBS open, but I do it every time I live stream for games. So anyways, that's what I want to do with you all, just so we can play the deck right after we built it, which I think is kind of cool. That won't be a regular occurrence. I need to try it once to see how it goes. But yeah, anyways. Okay, so something like that, where was it? The Anointed Cloister could be good. Lifelink is also strong. The fact that it's a 1/1 is a bit of a knock, and a lot of the 1-drops are going to be that way. So part of me thinks that the 1-drops need to be evasive if we're going to play them, or 2 power. So something like this one right here, Code Spell Cleric, is great. This is going to be a 1 mana 2/2 if we can do it right. So let's drop that one in the main deck. I think something like Deathblade Elite is definitely going in the deck, because Deathblade Elite is a form of removal with Provoke. If we can make this larger, we can make somebody block. The beauty of this is that because it's getting double strike, Deathblade Elite will be able to eat combo creatures pretty easily. They tend to be kind of small. So even if we were to grant this 1 more power, it's going to be perfectly fine for doing that. And as a double striker that can prevent damage to itself, it's going to do 2 damage, which is usually enough to kill most untappers, most scout effects, and most Archaeomancers, which is great. Jin Shooting Star says, not related to the deck, but an important point about this set. Grab multiple copies of the cards you want. There's a huge chance that the cards will never see a reprint. That's a great point. I haven't bought Wizards of the Coast product in some time, in part because of the way that I play Magic, which is using this, but also somewhat in protest of some of their behavior of late. Not to drag the conversation to that. Don't follow up on this. But also just because I haven't had a ton of money. And this is a set that I do believe I will be buying a fair bit of. I'm going to be looking for all the fancy printings of our commons and our uncommon creatures. So yeah, definitely make sure to get in and buy this set. I also just, Lord of the Rings is my favorite IP of all time. Right up there with Warhammer 40K, The Expanse, the Forgotten Realms, but this is like the pinnacle. There's a good argument to be made that without Tolkien having written what he did, there would be no sci-fi or fantasy, the way that it's been proliferated. He was really the beginning. Okay, so more stuff here. We're going to look into Argavian Phalanx is a great card for this deck. We're going to go pretty wide. We're going to get a lot of creatures on the board. If this is a 2 mana 4/4, it's going to be great. This is a Vigilance 8 power creature that should cost about 2, I think. So we're going to put that one in there. This one, let's just estimate this one's going to be 2. So we'll do hashtag 2MV. You'll get a little look into my process here with how I tag. This is something I've been doing in my decks where curve matters, like that. Also, as 1-drops, I think we're going to have to add a bunch more. We may just add a bunch of the flyers if possible. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. We've got Mr. Chewy22. Welcome to the chat, my friend. I don't know that I've seen you here before. Glad to have you, and thanks for your comments. There's an 80 uncommon legend creatures. That's a lot. That is a ton. Now, what I've noted is that we're probably looking at no more than 10 of them that are of interest to me in a competitive setting. But you know what? Magic is to be enjoyed. So pick what you want, build around it. It's all very spicy and very flavorful. So definitely a very cool set. Benevolent Bodyguard is going to go in the deck. There's no surprise around that. This is one of the best 1-drops in the format, in my opinion. This is going to go under protection as well. We're going to dual label that one. We're also going to dual label this one as removal. Okay, we have Esquire of the King. This one is pretty damn cool. It's a 1-mana 1/1, and you can pay essentially 3 mana to give all your creatures +1/+1. You can only do it if Theoden is in play. So I actually do like this one quite a lot. Double Beast, welcome to the chat as well. Glad to have you here, and thanks for joining us. If only the majority of Magic consumers shared your principles. Anyway, well, I think in some ways I may be overstating the principled part of it. I just haven't had a lot of money for a long time. And that's actually part of the reason why this channel exists, is that I had a long period of worklessness where, despite my college degree and my background in my field, it was really hard to find work. So buying Magic cards just wasn't an option. I would do pre-releases, and then generally speaking, because of what I do in my local community, people will give me bulk cards, or they'll just leave behind their commons for me because they know that I turn them into a community battle box. So that's always satisfied my needs for cards. And then, yeah, so that kind of explains it, I guess. But yeah, I mean, at the same time, Magic may at some point outlive the company that owns it. And that might not be such a bad thing. So, okay, some other cards here. We have this Firehoof Cavalry. This is pretty cool too. Again, it's a 1-mana 1/1, which we can play on turn 1, and we can grant double strike to make it hit for 2, which isn't great. But the idea that we could sink mana into this and hit for more is kind of interesting. It's a little meh. It's a lot of mana. Acacian Javeliers is interesting. This is just a decent removal card. We've got Kolaghan Stormsinger. Lunarch Veteran, Monastery Swiftspear. This card is going to slap in this deck. This is great. It's a human monk. We've got Mountain Bandit, which is a hasty 1/1. We have this, what is it called? Matenda Herder, which is flanking. Now, the funny thing is that flanking is going to work really good in this deck, because flanking is essentially like you can really... I used to play a lot of slivers in Pauper in 60 card, and the flanking creature, the, Sidewinder Sliver for 1, is essentially a 1-mana lord, because it's still a power toughness differential, right? Whether you're reducing your opponent's power and toughness or increasing yours, it's the same thing. So the deck is running like 20 ways to buff your power and toughness. I think this card's great because they'll get -1/-1, and then we'll hit first on that, which means that this is like a 2-power creature in combat. And I like that it's a 1/1 human soldier. So we'll throw that one in there too. We have Ramosian Sergeant. I thought a little bit about these humans and these rebels. They're a little slow and grindy. I threw them in here just because. We'll take a look at them, but maybe, maybe not. This one's kind of interesting, a way to mess with combat math for a little bit of mana. We do have to sacrifice it. This Zealous, Sarah Zealot, it's a 1/1 first strike, which means that we don't need to give it double strike, and it would benefit from power boosts, but it's probably just going to die in combat. We've got Thraben Inspector. We're definitely playing that one. It's basically Seagate Oracle, except you only draw 1 instead of looking at 2 and taking 1. We have this 1/2 here. It's kind of interesting. This card is nuts. Okay, Rims Crossing Patrol is Myriad. It's going to create copies of itself, okay? And this is going to trigger so much double striking. If we can keep this alive, this is going to be an amazing engine, so we definitely want that. And as you can see, our 1-drops are a little limited here just because it's hard to, like, I think 2-drops are going to be a lot better in cases. The 1-drops will more be like filler, and maybe the 1-drops have effects on them that we can sink mana into, but they're filling in the curve. So at odd mana curves, we'll be able to play these things out to get double strike triggers on things that are a bit more of a meaningful threat. So Jin Shooting Star says Myriad is such a cool mechanic for Commander. It really is. It's a great mechanic, and I like too how Myriad incentivizes aggro decks to do what I think is best in an aggro deck, which is to attack one player while having effects that can hit everybody for damage. Pingers do that, any sort of drain effect, Thornbow Archer, oh gosh, what is it called? Night Market Lookout, Pulse Tracker, sort of impact tremors type stuff. These basically say that we're doing our thing. The table is allowing us to do our thing without being interacted with as much because we're applying pressure to decks that end the game early with a combo. And in the meantime, we're kind of like playing things out that are going to hit them too, just by doing what we're doing, which is going to soften them up for us to carry our momentum into the mid game and try to end it there. We may come back to this 1-drop section, but I think I want to move on to the 2-drops, which is really where we get to the exciting stuff. We have this one, Akum Battle Singer. Haste is very good in this deck, okay? This one is going to give all creatures we control. This is going to be ally creatures. So this is a 2-mana, 2/1 haste. That's probably not going to be good enough. Ambush Paratrooper is great. Human, flying, has a mana sink that doesn't require it to tap, and it has flash. This is probably one of the better cards for the deck. We like that. We could play something like Azorius Arrestor. This one's going to detain something until our next turn, which does eliminate the ability to use activated abilities for something like a scout effect where you tap it to put a land into play. I call those scouts. I don't know if that terminology is adopted very widely, but it seems like a good terminology for it. So Voyaging Satyr, things of that nature. This is going to allow us to detain it. It won't be able to attack or block, so it won't be able to just like block to die instead of being disabled, and it won't be able to use its activated abilities. So I kind of like this one as like essentially fitting in interaction to our creature base while still applying pressure. Backup Agent's cool. This one putting a +1/+1 counter on things is great. If we're able to backup agent anything, it's not really 1 power, it's 2 power. So that's great as well. Star Pupil could also kind of be the same thing. People might not want to block it because they know that the counters are going to move, so we could move that in there. We have some First Strike 2-droppers. That's kind of appealing to me as well. We have Benalish Honor Guard. This is kind of the beginning of our 2-mana, 3-power creatures, because this is a 2/2 for 2 that gets +1 for each legendary creature you control, which actually, now that I think about it, this works really, really well with the tempt mechanic because our Ring Bearer becomes legendary. And there's some incidental tempting in the deck, so we're going to move that one in for sure. But really, it's any 2-drop that has 3 power that we're really interested in. There's also these effects where, like Beskir Shieldmate, where when they die, a human's going to enter. The only problem is that this happens kind of like after damage is dealt. So I don't know how useful that is. We have Bogarden Lancer, which is Bloodthirst 1 and flanking. Again, this flanking effect is going to be the same thing as having an additional amount of power, except that we won't translate as much damage with double strike. It's just, it's going to be an equivalency sort of a thing. So we will put in Bogarden Lancer. We have Borderland Marauder. This is a 2-mana 3/2 when it attacks, which is great. All humans. Cathar Commando, such a cool card for this deck. It does absolutely everything we could possibly want. It's a 2-drop. It's 3 power. It's flash, so instant speed, double strike triggers, and it's got the ability to free our commander from an aura, destroy a pestilence, destroy a combo card, perhaps some sort of a land aura of some sort. So we're going to bring that in. We've also got Cavalry Drillmaster, which is such a great card too. This is 2 mana for a 2/1. It's going to ETB, and it's going to give a creature +2/+0 and first strike, very above the curve. This is a lot of damage when you combine it with double strike, or we can put it on something that hasn't gotten double strike yet, just so that it does better in combat. So we're going to throw that in there too. Crimson Acolyte, definitely going to go in the deck. We want to have that built-in protection. We've got Crimson Mage, which I had on the list here. You can pay a red to give a creature you control haste. I think this may actually be good enough. I don't want ones that tap to do that. I want to get to the point where I can just like run things out, pay a little bit of mana, and make it hit harder. If we think about it this way, like aggro decks traditionally, you have to be careful about overextending into sweepers, into board wipes. And something like Crimson Mage is essentially saying, instead of playing 2 things this turn, I'm going to play 1, and it's going to hit right away, which is great. That means that we're getting more value out of that creature, and we don't need to overextend into that. So Crimson Mage is going to go in. Daring Skyjack is incredible in this deck. 2 mana, 3/1. If you attack with 2 other creatures, it gains flying, so it's a 6-power flyer. That one's insane. We have Dawnbringer Cleric, which I may or may not play this. It's a 2 mana, 3/1, which is kind of underwhelming. And it's a sorcery speed effect. It is a human. We'll put it in for now. That's going to be what I'm looking at. This is a 2 mana, 2/1. You can create a 1/1 flying creature token. Some of the things that I've included in here are things that eventually make a 1/1 flyer. And I like the idea that maybe we play these out, we're attacking, and then we get this 1/1 spirit token that's going to be applying pressure in the air, and it's going to be harder to block. So maybe we'll throw in Doomed Traveler as well. Beloved Princess can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. That's power 3 or greater. So we'll throw that in there too because it's got evasion. It's a human. Where was that other one? Fairgrounds Patrol. This is a form of card advantage. It's not too bad. It's on curve as a 2 mana 2/1. So it'll hit for 4. It's a soldier as well, which will be relevant. We'll show you how that is. And then if it dies, we can rebuild our board with a Thopter. Let's move this in, but I think it's a, we're in the aggregation phase. This is a secondary aggregation. I've already done the first one. And if there are better things, we'll just play them. Field Surgeon is a really good card. This is a card that's going to allow us to save our board from sweepers, so we're definitely going to play that. Gorehouse Chainwalker is another 3/2 for 2. It's a human. We have Gustwalker, which can get +1/+1 and flying if you exert it, which turns us into a 6-power attacker that can only attack every other turn. I like the evasion on it. The exert's a little bit concerning. We'll move this into the sideboard as an interesting one. We have Highland Berserker. Again, this is the ally thing, unfortunately. It doesn't really do what we want, so we're going to remove that, as well as the other one, which was Akum Battlesinger. I just don't think that these... I like the haste on them. That's kind of the main thing, because being able to play them, give them haste, and then or having haste and then giving them double strike is a lot of pressure. But I think I need them to be a little bit better than what they are currently looking like. We have a lot of these werewolf effects. They're all humans. They turn into something bigger occasionally. I kind of like these. This one's pretty interesting. Must be blocked if able, which is a form of provoke, basically. Not as great as provoke, but this is a 2 mana 2/2 that can get to be 3 power, and I kind of like it. So yeah, maybe we'll throw it in there for now and see. Impetuous Sunchaser is flying and haste. It has to attack every turn. I like this a lot. If we put a Bone Splitter on this, it's going to make all the difference. So I like flying and evasion there. We've got Knights of New Benalia, just a vanilla 3/1. Very flavorful for the deck. We have these cards that are 2 mana 2/1s that deal a damage to a blocked creature. And these, again, are another way that we can trade up. And we can make our double strike really work for us. Because what's going to happen here is it will hit, they'll block, they'll take 1, and then our first strike will happen, and it'll hit for 2, which means this can trade up with a 3 toughness creature, or sorry, it can beat combat against a 3 toughness creature, and ultimately it'll hit for 4 if they don't block it. I think that's good enough. It's like flanking. We just want more of those kinds of effects. We have this Incendiary Oracle, which I think is great. It's only 2 mana to buff it for a power. We'll put this one on the sideboard. It's middling. We'll just have to see how many of these effects we have and whether we can get more. This card slaps. Cruin Striker is a 2 mana 2/1. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gets +1/+0 and trample. Evasion, more power. This is always going to get the double strike, and this could hit. I mean, this could hit for 10. If you imagine a turn where you play this on turn 2, play your commander on turn 3, double strike, hit for 6. And then turn 4, if you play any sort of human token maker and you get 2 humans, and then you play some other 1-drop or another 2-drop, this is going to hit for so much damage. So really, really like this card. It's very powerful. Nefkrop Entangler is another Exert creature. It does have evasion, but I think Exert's going to be a little tough for us. We do want to be able to apply pressure every turn. Obsidian Acolyte definitely going in the main deck. Oketra's Avenger, another Exerter, but this is a 2 mana 3/1, so we're going to play it anyways. We have Perish Blade Trainee. Whenever it attacks with another creature with greater power, put a +1/+1 counter on the creature, and then when it dies, put the counters on another target creature. So this is going to be a 2/3 when we attack, because we're going to have other creatures with more power. And then if there's a 3-drop in play, or sorry, a 3-power creature, then this will become a 3-power creature as well. And that's great. And the counters is going to allow us to do cool stuff there too. Phalanx Vanguard's a 2 mana 2/2 Vigilance. Whenever an artifact comes into play, it's going to get +1/+0. I don't know how much equipment we're going to run. I'm very interested in looking at equipment right now, though. So let's do equipment. I wish it'd be kind of cool if there was a clause where you could say, well, I guess that doesn't make so much sense. Let's say "Oh human" and just let's see what comes up, because we have a couple of them. True Faith Sensor, a bit expensive, but it's 2/2/+1 for 4. This one's 1 mana, 2 to equip. I think what we're looking for here is actually just 1 mana. Mana value equals 1 mana equipment that gives 1 power. So Adventuring Gear is 2 power. The upside on this is significant enough, and the cost is low enough that I think this is worth playing. This is actually Beamtown Beatstick is pretty cool here. +1/+0 evasion, granting us treasures is always welcome. Bone Splitter, obviously. Boots of Speed, very good in this deck. Very good in this deck. Anything that equips right away. Dueling Rapier is going to be very good. This is going to come in with Flash, give a creature a huge power boost. Now, this is going to be crazy, right? You play Dueling Rapier on a 3/1 that's got double strike. You're going to hit for 10 damage, and it only costs you 1 mana to get that buff. Pretty damn cool. What else do we have here? Even a Honed Kopesh could be an example of something we play. We'll throw these in the sideboard. Core Halberd is godlike in this deck. So good. Leather Armor only gives toughness. Probably not good enough. Leonin Scimitar into the sideboard. Mirren Banesplitter. These are hard to re-equip, but if somebody sweeps our board with a Fiery Cannonade, it's not going to kill Theoden, which means that we can just next turn sink all of our mana into equipping Theoden with this and then hit somebody for 8. I mean, it's a lot of damage. What else do we have? Rune Stalactite as 2 to equip, unfortunately. Shard of Broken Glass. You may put top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. That, I guess it's basically a short sword, as we could see it that way. We have Simian Sling, which this has that effect. That's kind of interesting. So Simian Sling, if we play this out, it is a 1/1, and it's going to double strike for 2. So it's only going to double strike for 1 and then deal 1 to the... it deals 1 damage to the defending player. Yeah, not so good. One of the cool things about reconfigure, though, is that if the creature dies, then this goes back to being a creature again. So kind of interesting. Sylvok Lifestaff is one that I like quite a lot. The life gain is welcome. It's 1 mana to equip and to play, and it's giving 1 power. And that's often why it finds homes in my deck. This one's kind of interesting, too. It's 1 mana. It has like the ability to sacrifice when it attacks. Maybe we'll see. Oh yeah, Tormentor's Helm, another great card for this. Utility Knife is actually in some ways better than those other ones because it's attaching right away. We're not going to play Vanquisher's Axe. It's a little too spendy. And I think that's a sufficient package of equipment. That might even be too much. We'll kind of see how that goes as we go along here. Let's see. Now, let's take a look at the other cards in considering here. Going to go down the line here. There's a bit of prowess mechanic stuff actually that we could be triggering with the equipment, which is interesting. It's definitely something to be considering. Cards like classics like Seeker of the Way, but there's a number of 2-drop things that basically would make our creature into a 3-power creature, which is huge. So we could play Phalanx Vanguard and just presume that maybe it only gets this buff a few times. It's probably not good enough. Rafine's Informant Connives. Connive is interesting because it tells us to discard a non-land card, and we're probably going to be preferential to discarding lands if we can, but it is a 2-mana 3/2. Rock Hunter, very good, 2-mana 3/1 reach. We have Samite Herbalist. This is one I was looking at that probably doesn't see play anywhere. Whenever it becomes tapped, you can gain 1, scry 1. The ability to scry 1 every combat seems pretty appealing to me, so we'll move that in. Seeker of the Way I think goes in. There's going to be enough spells we're going to be able to get that to 2, maybe even 4, or 3, or even 4 power in a lot of cases. Silverflame Esquire gives +2/+2 and untaps a creature for 3 while being a 2-mana 2/1. Boros does have issues with card advantage and maintaining card parity. Being able to get 2 spells off of 1 creature, even if they're less efficient, is worth it. It's also a human soldier. Skyline Scout, whenever it attacks, you can give it flying for 2. 2 is a little expensive, but evasion is welcome. We may come back to that. Standard Bearer, I think that just like Shadowfax, we're going to be kind of excited about the idea to play out a creature that soaks removal before our commander. These cards also have this weird effect of making certain decks like not playable almost. Like you play a Standard Bearer and a Satyr Enchanter player is going to have a lot of trouble, which is kind of random. It also makes Freed from the Real only target Standard Bearer. It makes any sort of Tidal Bore stuff not work because Tidal Bore has to target a creature. It'll have to target this. So I think we're going to put that in because we can play it before our commander and then play our commander and have built-in protection. Steadfast Cathar is a 2-mana 2/3 when it attacks. That's actually kind of cool because it means if they block with a creature that has 3 power or 3 toughness, maybe. Syndicate of Ties is interesting. Again, if you don't have lots of cards in hand because you're putting them on the board, every card coming out and allowing you to sink mana into it seems good to me. It's a human. It extorts. Extort is like a form of haste in a lot of ways. And so, you know, if we play this late game, play another creature, extort it, it hits the table for 3 and it's gaining us life. And at base, it's just a 2-mana 2/2. We have 10th District Legionnaire. This one, again, mainly a 2-mana 2/2 with haste, but it does have the ability to scry and get bigger, which is appealing to me. Topan Freeblade's going to be great here. It's a 2/2 Vigilance with Renown, so the first time we're probably going to want to double strike this thing. It'll get in its damage. It'll become a 3/3, which is great. Tawashi Songshaper, whenever another artifact enters the battlefield, it gets +1/+0. Again, another source of making a 3-power creature on a human. May or may not be good enough. I think we put the other one in sideboard, so we'll do that here too. Trailblazing Historian, a 2-mana 3/1. It can give another creature haste. Yeah, maybe. Westfold Rider is our second copy of Cathar Commando. It's a lot worse, but it is free, and it is a 3/1 still. So great card, human as well. We can cut one of those and move this in. Wojek Halberdiers is 2 mana 3/2. Whenever it attacks, if you have enough, 2 other creatures, it gains first strike. That means we don't have to double strike this, which is great. Youthful Knight, Ardenvale Tactician. I think we're moving into our 3-drops here. Is has the ability to tap down 2 creatures, which could be good, and then it's just a 2 power, 3 toughness flyer in the air. Again, card advantage in Boros, important. Now we're getting into these 3-drops, and we're going to be pretty selective here. Blade Instructor is pretty cool. We'll be able to make, this actually allows us to make Theoden up to a 3 power creature, and any 1/1s or 2/2s into 3 power creatures. So I think that actually fits the criteria. Bogart and Dragonheart is a card that I was thinking about a little bit. It is a 2 mana 2/2 or 3 mana 2/2, sack another creature. It becomes a 4/4 flying haste. I'm not going to be excited about seeing this in my opening hand, but most cards aren't in your opening hand, and this hits for 8, which is a lot. If we just have random stuff sitting around, we can consume it. Maybe there's some creatures that can't get in, and we can sack them and then make this thing go insanely hard. We'll put it in sideboard because I'm not sure we want to be sacking our board to doing that, but it's worth exploring. 3 mana 3/1. When it dies, create a 1/1 soldier artifact creature token. Probably not. Court Street Denizen is going to be insane. Whenever another white creature enters the battlefield, tap a creature target player controls. So it's going to help us tap down blockers. We have Crusader of Audric, which will die to all sweepers, because if the sweeper kills our stuff, it's probably going to go down to 2 toughness, and then it will die. But this could be quite big. So if we think of this as like, if we play this a 1-drop, a 2-drop Theoden, and then this, it will be a 4/4 for 3, and it will probably get bigger. So let's move that into the main deck. I think that's high enough upside. This one's pretty interesting. It's a 3 mana 3/2 human soldier. You can pay 2 to exile it from your graveyard to make a 1/1 flying spirit token. So it's on curve, and it has the ability to make an evasive attacker after it dies if we get swept. Now, cards like this are awesome. Daybreak Combatants has haste, gives +2/+0 to a creature. I really like the combat buffs that are attached to creatures. A Deputized Protester is interesting. It's a 3 mana 2/1 menace melee. The evasion's great. When it attacks, it gets +1/+0 for each opponent you're attacked with a creature this combat. So it only needs us to attack 2 opponents for this to be a 4 power menacing creature. I think that's good. Elder Cathar is some human synergies. If it dies, it's going to put a counter on something, and it'll put 2 on a human. But it's only a 3 mana 2/2, so I don't know. Errand Rider of Gondor, this is a newly spoiled card. It's a 3 mana 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, and then if you don't control a legendary creature, put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. So this is really just like a 3 mana 3/2 that draws us a card, because we'll have Theoden in play a lot of times. If we have the Tempt, if we have a Ring Bearer, that'll work as well. So I like that. We have Fencing. Oh, what is this? No, that's a weird word. Femeref Knight. It's almost like it looks like Fremen, and it's kind of in a dusty, sandy looking space. It's kind of looks like a Dune reference almost. But Femeref Knight is a 2/2 with flanking, which, the thing is that this is actually kind of below the curve. I don't think we're going to play that. Fervent Cathar, 2/1 haste for 3 that makes something not block. Gearcrafter, making a 1/1 with flying. This training is appealing to me. Whenever it attacks another creature with greater, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. So this is a 3 mana 3/2 flying when it attacks in a lot of cases. 4 power is not likely to be hit. It might be hit. We'll put that in sideboard as a maybe. We have Hazda Officer, 3 mana 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control get +1/+1. I like that. We're going to want to be careful about our curve here, though, because we don't want to load up too much on 3-drops. Our commander is 3, so we don't want to have these stuck in our hand. 3 mana 2/2 gives both creatures first strike with Soul Bond. Now this card is interesting. 3 mana 3/2. When it attacks, next spell you cast costs 1 less to cast, which is pretty sweet. The only thing is that we probably cast our spells before combat. And the reason we would do that is because we want to get double strike. So it's interesting. We might have to test this one out to see how it plays. This one's kind of cool. We have a 3 mana 3/2 with trample, and when it flips, it's a 4/4 trample. You know, it's something we could consider. 4 power trampler in this deck is hitting for 8 with trampling, and that's pretty nasty. In fact, trample might be something that we look for quite a bit. We'll move that into the main deck. Heliod's Pilgrim, we're going to play. It's a human. It's going to find us protection, removal, things of that nature. We have another one of these ones that's going to amplify the power on a creature. Hero of the Games requires people to target it, but it gives all of our creatures +1/+0. It's very cool, very strong. But I don't know how many spells we're going to play that actually target something like this instead of Theoden. So I'm not sure. This one's great. This is a 3 mana 3/1 with haste. We have the ability to sink 7 mana into it, which is a lot to threaten something. So we'll bring that in for now. Makeshift Battalion is very good. When it and 2 other creatures attack, so that's the, what's that called? What's that called when you do that? It's under the Wojek dude. Where he at? Wojek. That's called Battalion. Oh, and its name is Battalion something. So Makeshift Battalion. You're going to put counters on it. So this is going to be a 4/3 when we attack for the first time, which is great. And it'll actually get bigger and bigger and bigger. Militia Bugler, 2 power creatures. That's a little tough. This may miss. Sideboard. Perimeter Sergeant is cracked. When I started looking at cards for this deck, I actually found that there were quite a few of them that had some like incidental human lord synergy type stuff, and this is one of them. Other humans get +1/+0 until end of turn, which is huge. That's such a massive damage buff. I mean, if you swing with like, if you played this probably turn 4 is the earliest you would play this. So you're swinging on turn 5. And say you have like 4 creatures in play, which is kind of conservative. I think we'll have more. You're actually giving a buff to 3 to 4 creatures for +1 power. And depending on how many of them have double strike, that could be up to 8 more damage. So we're definitely going to play that. Pretty badass looking card too. Let's see where I got lost here. There we go. So a 3 mana 3/1 haste. This is pretty appealing to me because again, this is going to come down and it's going to hit for 6. So like I'm willing to bend on stuff that is on curve at 3 mana that has haste. It might be the same for the 2-drops. It might be that we need to play some 2 power creatures with haste because again, that's just 4 damage. It's a lot still. Riot Ringleader, whenever it attacks, human creatures you control get +1/+0. So this is a 3 power creature that does the same thing. Awesome. Seller of Songbirds, there's a little part of me that wants to have like a backup of like these flyers in the air, but I just don't think this is like very good. If it was a 2/1, it'd be a different story. So I think we'll actually just remove this entirely. That might mean that we want to go back and look at cards like, where is it? Gearperd Gearcrafter, which is a 2/1 that makes a 1/1 flyer. That's actually pretty good. We'll put this into the sideboard. Okay, moving down the line, we have Sky Knight Legionnaire, flying and evasion on a 2/2 for 3. We're going to play that for sure. This one here trades way bigger. Or sorry, not trades, but this is such a cool card. We were talking about earlier the importance of when you're in aggro deck, you do need to select a person to eliminate. And generally speaking, what the table is going to allow you to do without creating a suicide pact is to kill a combo player because you're the one that has the best ability to do that, to actually end their game. You trade interaction for pressure. Aggro decks have more pressure, less interaction. And so a card like this is going to be like, yeah, I'm swinging on them, I'm also hitting you. And that's great. So this is fantastic. Splatter Thug is a 3 mana 3/3 because of Unleash with First Strike, which is pretty cool. 3 mana 3/3 with First Strike is probably going to get into combat pretty often. And it doesn't need to be double struck. So we'll put this into the sideboard. Steadfast Sentry, when it dies, you put a +1/+1 counter on something. That's kind of cool. Put that in the sideboard. I kind of want to look up some 4 power creatures. Maybe there's some 3 mana 4 power creatures out there. Probably some with haste. This one here, haste and flanking. So this is essentially a 3/3. It's hitting. It's 3 because of the flanking. It's hard to block, and it has haste. I kind of like that. Again, these 3 drops are a little concerning to me because, like, we want to curve out properly. So we're probably going to be looking for 3 drops that amplify us. Okay, the next one is another card just like that last one that I thought was so cool, and a card that's probably criminally underplayed, and it's Tuskeri Firewalker. Now, the reason it's probably not played is that few other decks are going to be able to swing with this card over and over and over again and get value from it. But this is a 3-mana creature that's going to double strike, and it's going to boast to impulse us for 1 mana every turn, which is going to really keep the cards coming. So I like that a lot. Veteran Swordsmith, other soldiers you control get +1/+0. We're definitely playing this. A lot of our creatures are soldiers. It's also a 3-mana 3-power creature. Wojek Bodyguard has Mentor. When it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature with lesser power. That's our commander. That's other things that we have that might be 2 power. Can't attack or block alone. That's fine. And now we're into these 4-power creatures that are going to buff our table. Empyrean Tactician. We have things that create multiple 1/1s. You know, the idea of going like 1-drop, 2-drop, Theoden, 4-drop. And the 4-drop making 2 bodies or amplifying all of our creatures is pretty appealing to me. So we'll come back to these ones. I want to go and look at how many cards we currently have. It looks like we have 81 creatures currently, 81 cards, which is way above what we can handle. And these 4-drops might be a little tough to cast. The floor on them is going to need to be 2 creatures that are both humans entering, and or something that's going to buff up our team. So something like Gavany Silversmith that's going to put counters on things is really good. I prefer that over Empyrean Tactician. I forgot to mention, some of the coolest cards in this deck are going to be Suspend and Sagas, because what they're going to do is they're going to come in, they're going to do some valuable stuff for us, like buffing our team, gaining control of an attacker so we can swing in. And then they're going to flip on upkeep into a human. And a number of the sagas are humans. Suspend is another one. We're going to, early suspend, like this one here. We go turn 1 suspend, turn 2 it has 2 counters. And let's see. So it's at the beginning of your upkeep, remove a time counter when the last one is removed. Okay, so this will come in on, so turn 1, turn 2, it's down to 2. Turn 3, it's down to 1. Turn 4, it goes to 0, and then it produces a human trigger, and it's going to be evasive and flanking, all on turn 1 to be deploying this. So I really like that. Palace Sentinels, not going to probably make the home here. I just don't think we're going to be blocking a lot. This is a 2/4 for 4. It's a little hard to imagine that being good. Protector of Gondor is another one of these 4 drops that makes a 3/3 and a 1/1. So you're getting 2 triggers and a 3/3. This is pretty appealing to me. We'll just have to see. Search Party Captain. This is going to be great. This is going to be a 1-mana 2/2 that draws a card. Definitely playing that. Spike Wheel Acrobat. Wow. So this is a 3-mana 5/2. Yeah. Very cool. Thraben Sentry is a 4-mana 2/2. This one, it flips into a 5/4 Trampler when something dies. Another creature you control. Might be a little hard to turn that one on. Disciple of the Sun. These are all way too big, I think. They're too expensive. Keldon Halberdier, insane. 4/1 first strike for 1 that's going to come down on... This will be turn 6, I think. So it's a little slow in that regard, but turn 6, we haven't won the game yet. This doesn't need double strike, but if you give it to it, it's hitting for 8, and it has haste, and it's a human. So it will give itself double strike if we have Theoden. So let's move that in. Knights of Old Benalia, same thing. Suspend for 5, so again, a little bit later, but look what it does. 3/3 human, double strike, right? And it's going to give all of our other creatures +1/+1. I think we're going to play all those. Lowland Tracker would be nuts if we could find room for it. I'm a little hesitant. It is a human soldier. The first strike is nice. The provoke is cool. Giving it double strike means it can really eat a lot of creatures. Like 2-power first strike provoke means it's going to eat combo creatures like crazy, but it's 5 mana. So I just don't know. This is going to be in the sideboard. And then we have Stalwarts of... Yeah, we're not playing this. Who am I kidding? Boarding Party? I don't know. Like, it's kind of crazy. The Haste, the Cascade. We could... I mean, Cascade's frequently going to flip us into another human. So we could just have, like, this random 6-drop and just say, look, we don't want this in our opening hand. Sometimes we'll get it in our opening hand. But most cards aren't in your opening hand. So maybe it's okay that we have this. It is, it's a human pirate. It has haste. It hits for 6. It's cascading. Pretty sick. Eagles of the North also had my attention just because it's a 1-mana planescycler that buffs our team and gives them first strike if we cast it. The only thing is that where I'm really excited about this type of card is not really in this deck, because our creatures are small, so they're really not worth reanimating unless it's with Recommission, which we should consider playing in this deck. And so we can't reanimate this. We're only ever going to be planescycling it or casting it. And the best home for this is when you can cycle it away early for hitting your land drops and then get it back late, which is a deck building paradigm I've been exploring a lot. If you're not paying attention to these land cycling cards, you should be. The one other thing Eagles of the North does too is that it does find Idyllic Grange, which allows us to put a +1/+1 counter on things. So maybe that's good enough, because we're going to be pretty plains heavy. So pretty good chance that Idyllic Grange will be able to do that. It will come into play untapped. That's kind of cool. We'll see. It might not be right for the deck. Rally at the Hornburg, we're definitely playing. We're going to have flicker effects. The Slip on the Ring here is interesting. I don't know that the ring tempting us is good enough to justify this card, but it is a flicker, and the flickers are good. There are certain cards that if we flicker are going to be really powerful. I definitely want to play this. I know it's 5 mana, which is a lot, but it's going to gain control of a creature. We can attack with it with haste. So this is kind of like 2 creature combats in a sense, because you're going to be able to... This is basically like 5 mana, get a creature and attack with it, which is the same as playing a creature and attack with it. Then the next one's going to give all of our creatures a buff, which is massive. And then it's going to flip into a human with trample and haste. It's like all the things we want to do. This is definitely going in the main deck. Arrow of Enlightenment, a little less exciting because, again, it's like Scry 2 is good in this deck because we're not going to have a lot of card advantage. Gain 2 life, totally worthless, in my opinion, in this deck. But it does flip into a 2/2 first strike that will come in. So we're kind of like investing in a later turn, getting another trigger of double strike. And it is just a 2-drop. If we have this in our opening hand, like play this, Scry 2, turn 3, Theoden, turn 4, turn 4 it flips, gives it something double strike. I actually don't know that this is going to make the cut. I think we're going to leave this here for now. Let's get Bone Splitter in there. Barbed Batterfist is a 2-mana 3/1 that we can equip. This is very good in the deck, although the -1 will kill a lot of our creatures, which is kind of funny. Unfortunately, the Rebels are not humans either, but I think a 3/1 is just fine. So let's do a real quick check here. POW equals 3, CMC equals 2. Maybe they don't need to be humans. Like Audacious Infiltrator is a 3/2. Oh, we might actually need to dilute the human count a little bit to get more of these 3/1s. There's so many. Ooh. Ooh, 2-mana 3/1 +2/+0. Yeah, that's sick. Holy Moses. Okay, wow, Human Warrior. I didn't see this one. I didn't do my, didn't do all the research here. Flywheel Racer is a 3/2. It's also a mana rock. Does not untap during your untap step if attacked during the last turn. This is awful. Hobgoblin Captain, whenever you attacked with creatures of total 6 or greater, it gains first strike, which is pretty sweet. This is a changeling. Oh, it's a human. Awesome. Keldon Marauders is interesting, although it does die. So that's not as great. Core Castigator can't be blocked by Scions. I actually don't think I care. If this one dies, there's so many 2-mana 3-drops. What? Insane. So maybe the humans, this is going to completely change the deck, because maybe the humans aren't the purest focus of the deck, because these are all just like, these things slap. Orcish Hellraiser. Pay 1 for the Echo. That's not too bad. Oresco Swiftclaw. We're going to throw all these in the deck and see how many there are. There's so many. What? Rimrock Knight, definitely in the deck. +2/+0. Underworld Ragehound is nuts in this deck. Knights, probably not going to be super common. There's a couple of them. Oh, this is great. Wandering Champion. Human Monk, which is so synergistic. Whenever it deals combat damage, if you control a red permanent, you're going to discard a card so you can rummage away lands. Village Ironsmith. Nope, that's not going to work. This is human as well. So maybe what we'll do is we'll focus on some of the human elements of these if we possibly can. How many are there, though? Like, this is I feel like we're flooded with this. This is nuts. This one here having dash. It's not a human, though, so that's not, extra valuable to us. Wow. Okay, big game changer with all this. This is funny. When a player plays an artifact spell, they gain control of Drooling Ogre. The funny thing about this is So turn 2, if you play this, somebody plays a Mana Rock, they can gain control of it and attack with it, right? If we look up, let's just, haste. I want to see something with a reminder text on haste here. Just so that I can, Bloody Betrayal would be pretty sweet too. Oh, this is a 3-mana 3/2 with, geez, cast it for 7 for a 6/4 with haste. It's an interesting card. I don't think we're ever going to get to 7 mana, but okay, they can attack and tap as soon as they've come under your control. So let's so I don't know if this works the way I want it to, but what I'm looking for is oh, this is pretty cool too. Convoke. We can tap down creatures that we've just played to give a double buff with Convoke. Yeah, let's check that out. That's sick. Oh, this would enchant a land as a 3/3 for 2 with haste. The only way we'd be able to do this is for 3 mana because you have to put it on a land that is untapped, which isn't good enough. It would be sweet to have a card like this in the deck, just like continually giving us haste. Yeah. Now we're down the rabbit hole, chat. If 3 red mana, it becomes in as a 5/2 with haste. Very interesting here. Very interesting. Because I want to be careful not to dilute too much out of humans because we really want to be able to getting that double strike every time. But some of these cards, are getting bigger every turn. So like a Slith Ascendant geez, I mean, there's even like, there's stuff that gets bigger when it hits them, and it's probably going to hit them because they're not going to want to block. Oh, I believe there's some Phyrexian human. Well, I guess it can't be a Phyrexian human, right? Oh, like Goblin Bushwhacker is a very cheap way to give a buff of power. I think that probably makes the cut. This is kind of funny as a turn 1 play. Turn 1 haste, attack. Oh, but it's exalted, so it's only whenever it attacks alone. We don't want that. Something like these 1-drops that give haste is rather interesting too because it's going to allow us to really hit fast. Hmm. We're probably going to play we're definitely playing the impetus guards now that I think about it. This is kind of interesting too. This is a buff that gives trample as well, or can just be cast. Damn, there's a lot of cards that want to drag us in a little bit different direction here. Like this one again, this is +4/+0 to a double striker. It itself is coming in as a 4/2 with haste if you want it to be for 3, or it's giving something else haste. We're lost in the sauce, chat. We've gone down the rabbit hole, and here we are. But you know what? If you all have learned anything from these streams, you'll know that we're all about the rabbit hole. This is important stuff to be able to look into. This is kind of cool. 3 mana 4/1 haste makes a creature that or incubate, so you have to flip it. But it's only crew for 2. So what you could do is, but see, the thing is, again, if it's not human, it's not going to get the double strike. So you could play this with Theoden, and crew it with Theoden so that Theoden didn't have to attack. But I don't know. It's probably not going to work. Yeah, Mudwort Brawler is another one that's kind of interesting. What else do we have? These are all just haste things here, which is worth looking at because the haste is really good. Reckless Charge is that pushes a lot of damage twice, but somebody will definitely block that creature in that case. What else do we have? You can gain control of a creature if you control 2 or more gates. That's not going to be good enough. We're probably going to play the initiative because the initiative is very aggressive. We're very creature dense. This thing giving evasion and haste is going to be useful. I like that a lot. Oh, Thatcher Revolt's fucking crazy. 3/1/1 red human creature tokens with haste. That's triple double strike. That's probably worth it, even though they aren't going to get in a ton of times. They're just going to like charge in and die. Okay, cool. So we've gone down that rabbit hole plenty. Let's back up and get back to the program here. We just added all these 2-drops with 3 power. Look at all of them. Holy crap. We're actually going to play 36 lands in this deck too. So let's just do 30. We'll do 18 plains. And we'll do 18 mountains just to fill this out at first. Let's see. We did a little funny spelling there. Mointon. Damn it. Why am I keep doing this here? All I want is to add that. There we go. So now we know how many cards we have to eliminate. We have 56 cards to cut. The reason 36 lands is that we're not going to have any mana rocks. And I definitely want to get to the point where we can go Theoden on turn 3 and then 2 3/1 creatures. What about things that say creatures you control get power every turn? What about that? Do we have anything in considering that's doing that? Like something that's just sitting there and buffing them every turn? Creatures, and then just say plus. Let's see what comes up. 157 results. Good lord. Good lord. If you control a modified creature, draw a card. God, these Anthem effects are... If you only have 3 creatures in play and you cast this, say you go 1-drop, Theoden, or 1-drop, 2-drop that's a 3/1, Theoden. Well, I guess you have to give him double strike as well, so that's a little bit tough. Yeah, maybe a little tough. I want a permanent that sits in play and does this over and over again. This is kind of cool. It is 8 mana though, but you know, we could look into it. Three mana for +2/+1 because we don't. Oh, all green creatures. That's pretty bad. Never mind. Blades of Velisvel is interesting. This is also protection. I kind of like this because this is going to give protection from Fiery Cannonade and Breath Weapon, which is definitely good. Definitely something we want. We could also play something like Borrowed Grace. Actually quite good. This would protect us against sweepers. We don't need a lot of creatures in play to start really dealing a ton of damage. So I could see a world where we're like, deploy a couple of creatures, Theoden and some of these other ones. Maybe we have like 4 creatures in play. We have to keep playing creatures though to feed the double strike. So maybe that doesn't make sense. I was just thinking maybe we'd have these turns where we just have like this really big board and we'd be able to swing every time and just hold something like this to be proactive or defensive. But the better version of this is Blades and Volatile Claws, which both give all your creatures all creature types. And that means we stop Fire Cannonade, Breath Weapon, Eye Blight, Massacre, and a host of other effects. Oh, this is kind of cool. This is like removal or a buff, but it's pretty spendy. Jeez, creature types of the chosen +0/+4. That's pretty funny. Huh. Very cool. Um, There is the possibility too of playing some auras. The reason being that auras might be more efficient than equipment. A lot of the equipment we're playing is going to be +1/+0 or +1/+1, and it's going to take 2 mana to play. Whereas these are half the mana, but if your creature dies, then it goes away and you lose that card. However, if you think about the curve here, if we did like Theoden, say we only had 3 lands and we went 1 drop, 2 drop Theoden, and then next turn we only had 3 mana, we could go Dust Corona, play a human, double strike, and crack for a lot of damage. That might be a reason to look into Sticky Fingers. Having more and more mana every turn, every time we attack is pretty cool. Okay, what else do we have? Gavany. This one's for soldiers. A lot of goblins in here. Guardian's Pledge slaps. The only thing is this is only white creatures. I don't know what our balance is currently. So maybe we'll just throw this in the sideboard for now. We probably just want things that, if we were going to do this, we'd probably go for 2 power or 2 toughness as a modal kind of a thing instead. It's a lot of mana. Spell targets this. I guess that's the other thing, is that we could, maybe the auras are the way to get the most damage out of this. This is a very aggressive deck. Like, don't get me wrong, like sweepers are going to absolutely destroy us. But a card like Hero of the Games or Hero of the Pride, which if we put auras on them, like 1 mana specifically, 1 mana auras, that's going to be a lot of damage that we can convert. So let's throw these in the sideboard for now, because I am interested in this heroic. There's other heroic things that are also really good too. Oh wow. Yeah, it's a mana sink if I've ever seen one. Throw that in the sideboard. Kytheon Tactics gives them vigilance if you have spell mastery. We won't have spell mastery in a lot of cases. Marshalling Cry is sick. This card is really powerful. Creatures you control get +1/+1 vigilance. You can cycle it away and then flashback, or you can cast it once, flash it back again the next turn. These cards tend to be pretty good. Like vigilance in an aggressive deck means that you can kill somebody and then not be like utterly destroyed on the crackback. Orcish Oriflame is what I was looking for. And Pack Tactics. Pack Tactics is so insane. This is the kind of card where people are going to know. You go to combat, you swing at not all one person, and they're going to know that you're about to hit for a metric shit ton of damage. This is only for creature spells. This is kind of weird. It's like a weird ritual thing. But Orcish Oriflame is what I'm talking about. Attacking creatures you control get +1/+0. It's 4 mana, which is a lot, but it's going to be there every single turn, so it might be good. Rally the Peasants probably needs to be in the deck, let's be real. Ramosian Rally is good too. This is a way we can save ourselves from those 2 damage sweepers for free if we have some untapped creatures, which is great. +2/+0 to 2 different creatures. Scourge Devils, 5 mana though. This is actually pretty cool. This is another one of those 1-drops that we might consider playing. It's not a human, but it is a mana sink. In that case, we'd probably choose something different, but Silver Flame Ritual puts counters on each creature you control. I think that's probably good enough. That's a permanent buff, right? This is another like Orcish Oriflame effect, basically. And if you cast it with white mana, you're going to gain Vigilance until end of turn. Oh, I forgot about this one. This is a really good 1-drop because it's a 4 mana to activate only, and it doesn't tap it, and it gains Vigilance as well. So that's pretty sweet. This is interesting. Only during your upkeep and only once per turn, but it's only 1 mana. It's kind of cool. It's actually a pretty sweet card. Tavern Brawler is good here. It draws more attention to our commander, which is already going to have attention on it. So maybe that's fine. Unbounded Potential, probably not. I don't know if the Proliferate's going to be good enough. These ones here buff our toughness, which could be good. They're also humans. So let's throw those in. I don't think the toughness is important to me. It's like, don't play around something you can't beat. And we do have ways to beat sweepers. You know, I don't want to minimize that. We do have ways to beat them, but they're harmful to us. Maybe that's why we should play them. This is an amazing piece of tech that I discovered some time ago. Volatile Clause is like both proactive and reactive. If you go to combat and you go to combat and you declare attacks at somebody and they're like, damn, dude, I don't want to have to do this, but I'm going to wipe the board. You Volatile Clause and it doesn't wipe the board and you kill them. So that's cool. Oh yeah, Warded Battlements is another one. Attacking creatures you control get +1/+0 on a 3-butt body. That's great. This one's Trample, but it's 5 mana. Warmind Infantry it's a 4 power 3/3. Ooh, I like this. This is really good because it's a buff and a removal spell. Yeah. Okay. Got a pretty good thing there. What about take a look here. Oh wow. We're hanging out by ourselves right now. That's just fine. I didn't do very much marketing on this anyway, so put Ambitious Assault in here too. Do +0, let's see, counters O+0 each, or we could say creatures. Creatures is old text, but, or O creatures, like that. There's another one that puts counters on our stuff. Yeah, we're definitely going to play Now for Wrath, Now for Ruin, for flavor, but also because this is just a great card. +1/+1 to each creature you control, counters, and then the Vigilance, and then the Ring tempts you for 4. You know, again, this is a haymaker. Silver Flame, we've got Search Party Captain. Like, is this... God, 5 mana is so much damage, or so much mana. It's not actually reasonable. Okay, yeah, we're deep now. We're 172 cards. Okay, so let's look here at our creature count and the balance. How many humans do we have? We have 84 humans. Realistically, best we could probably do is get to like to include the best cards that we want to include, we'd have to cut it would probably be like 4 out of 5 of our creatures would be humans. And that would be the way to do it. I'm going to take a quick bio break, use the bathroom. It'll take me just a couple of minutes here, and I'll be right back to you. So see you soon in a sec. And we are back from the bathroom. Hope you all are having a great day out there. Checking back in. So, going through the list here, kind of deciding around creatures and what creature types are really important to us. The idea of being able to play more 3 power 2 drops is really appealing to me. I think we're going to have to cut stuff that isn't that. I'm going to do a quick sort here so that we can start getting a clearer sense of our curve and where we want that to be. We may want to be really disciplined about, our curve here, and it might be that just having more 3 power 2 drops in the deck is actually better than having like some small package of more expensive stuff. Which, judging by how these streams go and how we got to get pretty ruthless usually about our stuff, and what we include in the deck, I would not be surprised. I think we're going to be prepared for some pretty aggressive cuts here, because I think that double striking a 3/2 is exactly the kind of territory we want to be here. And if that means playing some 2-drop 3 power creatures that aren't humans to do so, I think that shouldn't dilute our creature base too badly that we're not able to regularly get that double strike when we need it. Because we don't even have protection in the deck yet. We gotta take care of that too. Underworld Ragehound is such a good card. I love that these Armor Smiths are 2 mana. That's pretty cool too. Did they give it to other? Is that how they work? And it's a 3/2. This is a 2/2. So this one's a little worse because if it dies in a sweeper, everything else dies too. So keep that in mind. Wandering Champion, Westfold Rider, and then the Wojek Halberdiers. And then we're into 3 mana value. For everyone who just joined us, welcome. Glad to have you here. We are about midway through the build right now. We've done a huge amount of aggregation. We have like 190 cards we're looking at right now. And the process we're in right now is just get everything organized so we can see the balance of cards. This deck really does care about its mana curve. And essentially the ability to play on curve in an aggro deck is always important. So when we go through these cards, we're going to be really taking a careful look at the ones who really stand out, because there's a lot of options. Prior to this stream, I went and found 152 cards. The patrons were able to see this and see the list. And I forgot to look at things that weren't humans that were also 2 mana 3/1s. So that's kind of what we did here. We also went through some of the 3 drops as well. That's actually not a 3-drop. Like our number of like not 2 and 3 mana cards is going to be very low, but 4 mana value. Knight of Circe, Search Party Captain. This is going to be 1 mana value in this deck. Stirring Bard is probably one of those cards. The Goliath Paladin also probably. This is actually this is always going to be a 6 MV card. I don't know. Boarding Party is it's going to hit like a truck, but it's like, I don't know. Is this actually what we want to be playing right now? I don't think so. So we'll see. This is a 2 mana value card. So we'll put that under 2 mana value. And let's go take a look back here. Okay. We're going to do, what did I just do with that card? I just moved a card over. Was that was Orcish Oriflame, wasn't it? Did I just do something funny with that? Orcish, because Orcish Oriflame isn't here anymore. Where did I drop it? Because it wasn't the right category. It'll be at the top of the list. Okay, Orcish Oriflame, sideboard. And what did I just move from here? Okay, so we'll do anthems. I feel like I just did something a little screwy there. Where did it go? Anthems, spike wheel. Volatile clause. Okay, so these are going to go under anthems. Oops, we need to change that. Unfortunately, the capitalization on this software does actually matter. It's kind of not that useful, but it is the way it is. You know, there might even be an argument for the anthems. Like, if we're playing anthems, would we prefer it to be a creature? Probably, actually. So these anthems, unless they're protecting us as well, we're probably going to want to consider whether we would prefer to have less counters and a body that comes along with it. Something like, you know, Gavany Silversmith, you know, like this, right? A human that's going to come in and +1/+1 to 2 different creatures. So anthems, or they have to be really good, like, you know, Rally the Peasants, Pack Attack. Ambitious Assault might not make the cut. We'll move that to sideboard. You hear something on Watch is so efficient. This is also going to go under removal. We have Burning Sun's Fury, which I just don't think is... Oh, they get haste. The funny thing about that, though, is that if we're convoking, we'd actually just like to... I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that's going to make it. Blades of Velasvel, this is very good. This is also a protection spell, so it's kind of an anthem as well as a protection spell from creature-specific removal. We should also make sure that Volatile Clause is under protection too. Marshalling Cry might not make the cut. We're going to cut that one. Then we have all this stuff in here. Guardian's Pledge. Don't think Guardian's Pledge is going to make the cut. It's very efficient, but yeah. Okay, then we got all this stuff in here. Hero of the Pride, I think, is good. Yo, what's up, Islane? Good to see you. So are we thinking this is just Boros Oxida? No, it's not Boros Oxida. In fact, not at all. This is a tribal humans deck. It's going to be a very high creature count, where we're going to play creatures, we're going to give them double strike, and then they're going to hit people. You're seeing a little bit of equipment here because I'm interested in having some degree of like force multiplication for the threats. The other thought might be that these might be 1-mana auras instead, just to keep our mana cost down. But I think with 36 lands in the deck, I'm actually not unhappy with the idea of having equipment so that I can play creatures out, re-equip them, and then hit hard. Oh, right, it's ETB double strike. Yep, that's right, exactly. So all of these here, the characteristics you're going to note is either they equip for free, like Dueling Rapier, Mirror and Bane Splitter. I think there's one more, or they're 1 mana and 1 to equip. So I think the evasive ones are good. There's not a lot of equipment that grants evasion. There's a few. We have just the Beamtown Beat Stick, which the 2 to equip might be a bit damning here. But yeah, these are the usual suspects. All of these, as you're probably noticing, do in fact go in Oxida, though. So you're not wrong on that. Where is that? Yeah, this one right here. We're going to put these under augmentations. Or modified, maybe? Right, what's the text on that? I like to be specific about it. So we had Ambitious Assault, modified. So modifications is actually what they are. Where did it go? Yeah, modifications. Because this is going to capture auras and enchantments. That's what I want a slot for, essentially. Don't think Orcish Aura Flame is going to make the cut. We really would just prefer a creature that does all this. This one's kind of cool. Every turn giving +1/+1 to something for 1 mana on upkeep is pretty sweet, as well as an anthem. But Splatter Thug, Militia Bugler, Flame Igniter, Hero of the Games. Yeah, okay. Let's look real quick here. CMC equals... so we'll do CMC equals 3 or CMC equals 4. And then we'll do type human, O plus O counters. Like that. Let's just see what we get. Oh, I forgot about Airlift Chaplain. This one's kind of cool. Mana value 3 or less from among them or a planes, and if you don't, it becomes a 2-power flyer. This is good. We're going to need a little bit of card advantage, so this is going to be fine. And it's an evasive human, so um, Arena Trickster, no. If it was kicked, +2/+2. Dapper, Shieldmate. So this is a 4 mana, 4 power creature that gets a shield counter. That's pretty sick, but it's 4 mana. It's so much. I'm looking for this. I want a few more of these if I could. Human Warrior, +1/+1 counter on itself, or make a 1/1. So there's really only Gavany Silversmith. What if it wasn't a human? So we'll just say type not human, like that. We'll say creature, because we need to know that it goes on another creature. So Basri's Acolyte, not a human, but this is probably one of the more efficient ones because it's basically Gavany Silversmith, but it's has lifelink as well. Celebrity Fencer, whenever another creature enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. This would definitely get out of control very quickly. There's no doubt about that. So we'll throw this one in the sideboard. But we're looking for something a little different. Whenever a creature leaves the battlefield, I don't like that. Another creature dies. Kinsbale Courier is pretty interesting because, well, it's not a human. So there's just not a ton of other effects that are going to do what we're looking to do. So we really don't have a ton of them. There's just 2 that do this. There's like the 5 mana ones, but I don't really want to be casting 5 mana spells in this deck unless they're just like insanely good. So how many creatures? There's 63 here. So, and these are all 2-drops. That is crazy. That is crazy. So which of these don't make the cut? Probably Rafine's Informant, because we really don't want to discard a non-land card to make this into a 3/2, even though it's a human. Syndic of Tithes is kind of looking like a card that maybe we wouldn't play because, I don't know, maybe. Tavern Brawler is going to be pretty sweet here. If you flip it for 2, then, oh, you know, okay. We definitely play Flaming Fist. Yeah. Give Theoden Double Strike forever. That's perfectly reasonable. We never have to give him the Double Strike. And then we have our modifications. So let's start moving these over. The modifications may be where we have to make a lot of cuts. We might not be able to play a lot of these, but we'll see. We got to organize them first before my brain can start to work them out. The ones that instantly attach are also really appealing to me. So the Mirren Bane Splitter, the Dueling Rapier, because ultimately if we put it on a 2-drop and they kill it, it's like, okay, sure. You know, Utility Knife for the same reason, because it's attaching right away. Those are instant speed combat tricks. They're going to help trigger Prowess on a couple of creatures. We didn't look through Prowess. And we're going to do CMC is less than or equal to 3. I don't even think we're going to play a 3-drop if that came to it. This is 1/3 with Ward 2 and Prowess. We would be looking for something more like, it's got to have 2 power. So like a Lightning Visionary. Majoring Bully is a human. That'll work. Although it's kind of funny, you have to cast a non-creature spell in a deck that's not going to have as many of them to be anywhere near as good as a 2-mana 3/2 or a 3/1. So what's up, Jin? How you doing, buddy? Good to have you back. So these I don't think make the cut. This one maybe. This is basically Seeker of the Way, but like worse, I guess. It's a human though, and this is a human too. But again, we really want more power, right? And a lot of these are actually good for the fact that they're 1/3s because, you know, in a spell slinging deck, you kind of want them to be able to attack every turn. And so, but in this deck, not so much. Okay. Now we got to cut. So gear per gear crafter. Is that a human? It is. Oh. Let's drop that in threes and see what we come to. This is going to be main deck. Bogart and Dragonheart is a human as well. We have lots of humans, but I just don't know that I want to be sacking my board, and we don't have a ton of stuff. Yeah, 171 cards. We went up a little bit since you came back last time. I don't think these Tawashi Song Shaper cards that require artifacts entering are gonna work. We'll put them in considering for now. Incendiary Oracle is going to be in considering. It needs to be bigger. They need to be bigger creatures. This stuff, though, the funny thing is that these don't work with equipment, right? Or is that not true? Yeah, no, it's not being targeted by the spell. It's being targeted by the ability, right? Yeah, by the ability. So, we could do like CMC equals 1 type aura O, and it needs to be +2 power. So there's a bunch of these. Fur of the Bitten, Dust Corona, Aki Warpaint are all really good. Immolation doesn't work because it'll kill our creatures. Taste for Mayhem is great. So we could instead go, these 4. I think there's a good argument for that. I mean, at the very least, this is still a 2/2 for 2, but the ability to give +1 power to our whole team, along with Hero of the Games. Mike says 171, nothing compared to my work in progress Golem deck. Well, first of all, you're a fucking Chad for working on Golem. Second of all, if you want a place to start with Golem, let me pull up my list here for you and I'll drop a link in chat. I've been working a lot on Golem and I think I've got a really good approach. I feel super confident about it. I've played it. I'm 3-2 with it currently and it's very strong. Very strong black aggressive deck with like properties of mid-range worked into it in a deck that still has a curve that looks like this, which is great. It's an awesome characteristic for a deck to be so aggressive while also having ways of recouping value. So yeah, Golem, this deck, it absolutely slaps. You get to play such cool cards in here. Like no deck in Pauper Commander or in CPDH leverages these cards anywhere near as well as this one does. You make this the Ring Bearer, and you hit for 4 every single time. Night Market Lookout, Thornbow Archer, they all do the same thing. There's a couple of other ones I want to play too, but it's incredible. This curve is really low. You get to play K-Dead. Dude, Kel'Joran Dead is like one of my favorite cards of all time. This is a pet card. If you want a pet card for Pauper, this is it right here. You go 1 mana Undying Evil on Golem, 1 mana K-Dead after attacking. It's crazy. So very cool deck. I'm going to include the link for you in the chat because I don't want to say this is the only way to build the deck. It is a great way to build the deck though, and I'm pretty happy with it. And it got pretty well juiced during this last set. So not to get too distracted, we're going to back out of that there. Gustwalker, I don't think that we want something that can only attack every other turn. Hero of the Pride. Well, there's another way to look at that, though. Another way to look at it is if this creature... that if this creature wasn't going to be able to get in for combat anyways, that the fact that it can just, punch in anyways with flying is kind of sweet. So specifically, it would be Gustwalker. Nefcrop Entangler too, because it has Trample, which is pretty damn good. Now this is actually a 3 mana 4 if you attack, but again, like I don't want, like I'm okay with a 2-drop not being able to attack and then having to exert. That's fine. Because again, these are swinging for 3 power as a 2/2 and then they're getting evasion. And we don't have a lot of 2/2s that also have evasion, while or two mana creatures that have evasion that get 3 power. They're a little more rare. Okay, so how many spells do we have that target creatures now? We have just these ones here. We could go deeper, if we're willing to play these ones, which are technically 2 mana. We could keep the best ones like Bone Splitter, Adventuring Gear. We're probably gonna get rid of Beatstick, I think. This is 3 mana. It's +1/+0 Menace though. The Menace is what probably keeps us. Boots of Speed, insane. Dueling Raper, insane. We might cut something like Sylvok Lifestaff. Utility Knife comes in and immediately equips, which is really nice. Barbed Batter Fist is a creature, which is great. Oh, this is a 1-mana creature. What am I talking about? We can always go up here, remove tag. And this is a 3-mana creature, not a 4-mana creature. Remove because of the spectacle. If Theoden was Mardu, I don't even know if that would help it that much. With Cranial, yeah, maybe. Although, in these creature-heavy decks, it can be hard to find room to actually have enough artifact, right? I think actually Mardu might hurt this deck a little bit. You would get more humans, but we don't have a problem with that. If you look at the 114 creatures we have 88 humans. That's 5/4 of them. That's 80%, which is pretty good. So, yeah, and the mana base will get really complicated and slow too. So this is fine here. Let's bring these ones in. I really like these cards. I've been impressed with them. They're so cheap. So I feel like if a creature dies and they have one of these on them, I don't really care that much. We're going to treat these as modifications because that's kind of what they're doing. This is going to go under draw. So let's do draw. Actually, let's do resource advantage. Shattered States Era, this is a 5-mana card. There's no way getting around that. But I think it's just that good. Where did it go? 5-mana value. This is going to go under Anthems. And if you want to follow along with what I'm doing here too, you're welcome to find the link in the description below and you can kind of see what I'm doing because I know I'm scrolling up and down and it might be hard to see the cards sometimes. Basri's Acolyte is going to go under 4-mana value, and we're going to be cutting a lot of cards here soon, so just keep that in mind. It's going to look a little insurmountable at the moment, but it's not forever. These are going to amplify our creatures, which is great. The Ironhoof Boar is kind of interesting to me. I really like that it's 2-mana +3/+1 trample, uncounterable. And then it's like, if you draw it off the top, you have a 6-mana 5/4 trample haste, which is pretty cool. I like that quite a lot. What about in here? We had the Honed Kopesh, the Leonin Scimitar, the Short Sword, and the Spare Dagger. I don't think these are going to make the cut. Like all of these other ones have other effects. Like this one is also the same mana. It's hitting them for 1 if they get blocked. The Boots of Speed are giving haste. The Bone Splitter is 2 power. The Beat Stick, a little bit more mana, but it's menace as well as +1/+0. Adventuring Gear is going to be +2/+2 a lot. This one I don't always like to include because it's so conditional. So maybe we'll throw this one away for now. Core Halberd is going to give Vigilance. This is a lot of modifications. I think Adventuring Gear is going to have to go. Even though with 36 lands, it's a pretty big buff. I mean, the thing with Adventuring Gear is you put that on a 3/1 and it's hitting for 10. Maybe that's just good enough. It's basically another, I mean, the upside on that is so good. Yeah, we need to keep this one. We'll cut from other places. We're not going to be able to play all these. There's no way. But all these are going to go. Even though it's a nice idea. Hero of the Pride, I think, does want to be in the deck. And Hero of the Games as well. Because they're still both on curve, as creatures. They're 3-mana 3/2, 2-mana 2/2. We're not going to play the Inner Flame Acolyte. I don't know that Militia Bugler. It'd be kind of cool here if another tool that they could have for Moxfield would be a place where you could see you could have maybe power available, what's the general power of the deck and the toughness or something. That'd be kind of useful for our purposes right now. So Hero of the Pride, good. Hero of the Games, let's just move these into the main deck right now because we're definitely going to play them. Ambitious Assault, they have to be equipped or have an aura or counters or modifications. That's not that hard. We're definitely going to want to play this. The only thing is we're getting really deep on Anthems right now. resource advantage, and then main deck. Griff Rider, I just think this is not as heavy hitting as we need it to be. Hardened Berserker, I think this card, so this card works with anything that we cast at instant speed during combat. Whenever it attacks, the next spell is going to cost 1 less. But the problem is that we don't want to cast things post-combat. We want to cast them pre-combat so that we can get triggers, right? So this is a little bit funny. I'm going to leave it there and I got to kind of look at it a little bit more, but we're going to get rid of Militia Bugler. We're focusing on 3 power. Splatter Thug is not enough. Steadfast Sentry is when it dies, you're going to get a +1/+1 counter. I think we cut that. Stealing Stance is like, it's like really low impact. I think we're going to cut that. Celebrity Fencer, you know, the problem with this card, I mean, it's interesting. This card can be kind of bad sometimes because you play it and then, you know, you have to play more creatures into it to make it good. But if we play this and then we play 2 more creatures, it is hitting for 10 if we double strike it. So it does get big pretty quick, but it's 4 mana. I mean, that's a real, I don't know. This one here is interesting though. 4 mana for a 4/2 with a shield counter on it. So it's got like a built-in protection to it while hitting for 8 with double strike, which is probably pretty good. If it would be dealt damage or destroyed, remove a shield counter from it instead, which means that it can actually swing the first time without getting any buff. You just swing for 4, somebody trades off with it, they eat the shield counter. But again, you know, this is, let's get rid of Hardened Berserker. Who are we kidding here? We don't even have any protection spells. We're at 180 cards. It's too much. Okay, so we've got Airlift Chaplain. This is 3 mana value as well. And instead of draw, we're going to replace this with Hashtor. We're going to do resource advantage like this. Mike says, if we are assuming moderate uptime on double strike, I think flying is going to be super relevant. I totally agree, Mike. Yeah, so this is maybe one place where we may need to pivot a little bit. And it's funny, you kind of read my mind. I was looking at the 1-drops, and one of the things I would love to do in this deck is just have, like the 1-drop curve might not be a lot of humans, because what I'd like to have is a lot of like birds and stuff, you know, like we could go CM, yeah, MV equals 1 function. You can use this terminology, by the way, in your searches. Function equals evasion. So this is going to look for anything that's been tagged with an evasive ability. And there's like 18 or 19 1-drop creatures that have flying in the format in white, which is awesome. And really, it's like one of the things that I'm most excited about in an aggressive white deck is like all these flyers, right? So like Battlefield Raptor would be great. Let's throw these in the sideboard. I don't think Doomed Traveler is going to end up making the cut here. I just think it's a little too, like, it needs evasion. We want to still be able to crack people over and over again. Fairy Guide Mother is great. We're just going to play that in the deck. There's no question. Healer's Hawk is really good. I like how this one comes down, because like when you think about like the philosophy of fire, which is this old article that was written back in the day by Pro Tour champion Patrick Chapin, I think was his name. I think I'm right on that. The philosophy of fire stated like that in an aggressive deck, particularly burn, this was in the burn case, that you're thinking about every card as its mana cost as it relates to its damage. And with Healer's Hawk, we can do 2 of that. We can say if we turn this on, play this on turn 1, how much damage is it going to do and how much life is it going to gain? And it's a lot. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Healer's Hawk regularly is like over 5 life dealt and 5 life gained. And even more in a lot of cases if you put counters on it, if you anthem it. And so what you're finding is then by the time you kill the combo player and you're pivoting to other players, you know, you're going to have just a little extra life than them, maybe a lot of extra life, depending on how well this goes. So I'm a big fan of that. as long as it's equipped, +1/+1 and flying, that's pretty cool. We do have a fair bit of equipment. It's a core soldier. This is a good card, but I don't think we're going to play it because this effect is not what we really need. Can't attack or block alone. We're definitely playing the shit out of this. It can't attack on turn 2 unless we have a haster, but it's a 2-power flyer. That's what matters. Moth Rider Patrol, having the ability to tap things down, is pretty cool. Ranger's Hawk, being able to venture into the dungeon. This is actually, I think this is pretty cool. I think we like this. We have Flying Vigilance, Flying, Soltari Foot Soldier. This is unblockable. It's Shadow. Vigilance is pretty cool too, so we could do that. Maybe we're just picking the best ones. And then this one right here, you need a soldier or a knight. How many soldiers do we have is going to be the question. 34. We're probably going to end up with like 50, like 45 creatures. And that's probably not enough soldiers to make that work, unfortunately. Yeah, just being, completely, yeah, just being honest with ourselves around that. This is going to be 1 MV. This is a trick you can use, by the way. You move things into the sideboard, and then you can categorize it. And then when you move it into the main deck, it's multiple categorized, which I prefer. Some people really hate it when I do that. We're going to cut Boarding Party. There's no way we're going to be like casting that spell in a way that we're happy with. What other spectacle cards are there? Because we're hitting every turn. And yeah, it's just this one right here. And it's basically a way to reduce the cost. Let's do another one. Costs less. Oh, this could be a double white 3/3 flying. I kind of like that. This is not going to happen. This is not going to happen. Search Party Captain, Squash. Okay, cool. So we've got the ones that we're into here. Okay, so Fairy Guide Mother. So let's go through the ones here that don't have evasion, because I just don't think we can, like, look at this. It's a 1/1 for 1. When it dies, you put a counter on something, which I think in this deck, a lot of cases would just be like, they're not going to want to block it because they don't want to turn one of our other things into something bigger. But I don't know. It's not going to work for me. Even Thraben Inspector is looking kind of silly right now. It's a human. It does investigate, which is resource advantage, and we do like that. But again, it's like, I think we're asking a lot of our 1-drops. Because here's the thing. Our 1-drops, if they're not 2 power, they need to be able to hit every turn. So Thraben Inspector won't be able to do that. This is a 2-power creature. This one will get buffed up by our other spells in the deck at times. Sometimes it won't be able to attack, but the fact that it has haste is good. Goblin Bushwhacker, we probably just need to play. This is not really a 1-mana value creature. This is 2. We don't want to be casting this for 1. The fact that it gives haste is huge. So Goblin Bushwhacker is going to go under Anthems as well. Esquire of the King. The funny thing is, yeah, it's a human, yeah, it's a soldier, yeah, it has an anthem, but it has to tap to do it for one thing, which is something that the Steadfast Unicorn doesn't. And it's only 3 to do it if you have a legendary creature, which is kind of cool. Maybe we'll leave it for now. Beloved Princess could probably go. Can't be blocked by creatures with 3 or greater power. So it's kind of a weird thing. Like, I'd rather just have flying, I think. Man, we're way over on cards, though. Sargovian Angel isn't going to make the cut. It's not good enough. Soltari Foot Soldier is good enough. And we've got these ones here. I think that these ones aren't going to make the cut for prowess. There's like, and even this one here, we're fine losing those. This is going to be 2 mana value for our for that Griffin, I think. It should be 2 in most cases. Ironhoof Boar is really cool, but I think that we're not going to have room for it. Gustwalker, again, this is an exert creature. We're not going to have room. Too many modifications. We're going to have to make cuts here too. Too many anthems, too many 3 mana value creatures. We're going to have to get very real about which ones are good here. Warded battlements, this is basically like +1/+1 counters in a sense. Attacking creatures you control are going to get +1/+0, but it doesn't attack itself. And we have a lot of other cards that can like give us a big buff to our power. It is manaless, which is nice, but so are some of the other ones too. Thatcher Revolt, this is great. This Sky Knight Legionnaire is flying and it has haste, which is really appealing, being a human. And I think that's probably good enough. We want some evasion here. The Pyromantic Pilgrim could potentially go. Keldon Overseer can go. That's not... Well, see, Keldon Overseer is better than Pyromantic Pilgrim because it has another ability on it. So we'll go down and find that one again. Pyromantic Pilgrim, where are you? Oh, sorry, a Keldon Overseer main deck. Okay. But this is, we're going to have to cut a lot out of here. So many of these are really good though. The Dauntless Cathar can go. We don't care about that effect. So Crusader of Odric is going to be like, if we play it on turn 4, it'll be a 4/4, maybe a 5/5 by the time it attacks. Probably a 5/5, which is good. This Court Street Denizen is interesting. Tapping things down is good, but I think that actually just like swinging at a player, particularly a combo player who has to block, they don't have a lot of creatures. So I don't really care about converting damage on them if I don't kill them that turn, but I eat all their combo cards, right? You see what I'm saying? Like they're gonna have to block. So tapping them down is more like, yeah, that's cool, but I don't think we need to. Blade Instructor, Mentor is gonna be good in this deck, I think. Although if we have a lot of 3/1s, it's not as good anymore. So I think Mentor can probably... Well, the Mentor actually goes on these 1/1s. That's actually quite good. Yeah, this is a beast. This deck is hard to build. It's very hard to build. Mentor and Barging Sergeant with haste is pretty cool too. It's 5 mana. We can't do that. And Hammer Dropper, no, we can't do it. We can't do it. So with that, we've got the Anthems. We've got the Hero of the Pride. This is probably going to have to go. We're not going to be a removal heavy deck. Like we just have to recognize that when we're playing aggro and we want to make ourselves consistent, we're going to have maybe like 5 to 10 kill spells. That's like other people's jobs. And if you're clear about that with the table and you tell them, look, my job is to do this thing and your job is to do this thing, we don't have to be playing as much. Just a clear ordering of roles. It is an abdication of some responsibility for a certain kind of interaction in exchange for interaction through the combat step, which is fine. Certain aggressive decks don't have to make that compromise if their command zone makes creatures. That's one thing to keep in mind. Okay. Now in the creature base, we still have 79 humans. It's great. We don't have the other initiative cards in here, and I think we are going to want them. In fact, Trailblazer's Torch here is really good in the deck because it's like a form of First Strike. When they block, they're going to take damage. First Strike will happen, they'll kill the creature, and it's an equip for 1. It's going to find us our 5th land, and it's like making a card even harder to kill. Okay, and then, okay, going through here, let's get rid of these are all pretty good. Moth Rider Patrol, don't think it's likely that we'll be using this for the tapping down. It's like an option we have. The Ranger's Hawk, and actually we need to get Goliath Paladin in here too. I am a big fan of initiative in aggressive decks like this. It's stretching our mana base for sure. And we're going to have to cut other things to make these work. But look, the initiative puts counters on things. It fixes finds our mana on turn 4 in these cases, or 5. The creatures are reasonably good, like Stirring Bard and Goliath Paladin, both mainly Stirring Bard, to be quite honest. Stirring Bard's giving menace and haste is like really sick. If we play like, play a 3/1. It's a human. We use Stirring Bard to give it menace and haste. It gives itself double strike. That's super strong. So these we're fine playing like 4 of these. That's okay. Seeker of the Way is kind of funny here. Like, again, this is the prowess problem. It's like, yes, it's a human, but we have 7, 11, 7, and 4. So of the deck currently, we have 11, 22, 29 non-creature spells, and that's going to go down quite a bit. I don't think we're going to be able to play Dapper Shieldmate. I don't think Celebrity Fencer is going to make the cut either. I think we just have more efficient creatures to deploy. And, you know, I was thinking about with the auras, you know, we might lean into some other auras. Like there's mana value equals 2, 0, plus, let's say +3. Okay, I want to see stuff that gives 3 power. And I want auras. Because these will hit really hard if they, you know, if it connects. So like Madcap skills. Tillinolly's Crown is funny because it'll kill a lot of our creatures, but +3, +0, and Trample is really sick. +3/+3 unless it shares a color with the most common color among all permanents or colors tied for most common. So how likely is our white creature to be the most common thing, the most common color on the battlefield with permanents? Because permanents is going to, well, I guess colorless isn't really a color, so that might not be. We'll throw this in the sideboard just for shits and giggles. I think these two though are pretty slappy. Oh, we also are going to want Blood Frenzy in this deck. This card is such a house. Talk a little bit about Blood Frenzy. 2 mana instant, target attacking or blocking creature is going to get +4, +0 until end of turn, and at the end of the turn you're going to destroy the creature. This probably kills a player if they don't block it and it has double strike, right? Put this on a 3-power creature. It's going to hit them for, they're going to hit for, what, so 14? And then it'll die at end of turn. That's fine. But we can cast this on our opponent's stuff too. So if our opponent attacks with something, we can buff it up, give +4 power. And then if our other opponent who's being hit by that creature doesn't like it, they can kill it. But that feels kind of bad too because it's already going to die. So this is removal, but it's also a way to get in more damage. I really like this in aggressive red decks. Oh, Coronation of Chaos is another one. Oh boy. We're only adding cards right now, chat. This is such a hard build. Coronation of Chaos, goad 3 creatures. They can't block. Yeah, like nuts. Coronation of Chaos does so much damage, and it's like also a fog, right? See, you always want to look at goad as a way to push damage on people. So like some of these are actually pretty interesting too. Wow, this one, whenever it attacks, it goads one of their creatures. Insufferable Balladeer is kind of interesting because it's gonna goad. Oh, and I forgot the impetus cards. These are like slam dunk, easy. This one probably more than this one, but the thing is that we can play these on our own creatures, or we can play it on our opponents. And when we play it on our opponents, it's a removal spell as well as more pressure on our opponent. And if the people they're attacking, because they're not attacking us, don't like it, then you get a 2-for-1 because they kill it. So you go Shiny Impetus on somebody's Dargo, and the Dargo hits, and you get like all this value here, right? Of like buffing up their power, like particularly like Martial Impetus. If you put this on a Dargo, it's a 2-shot now. And it's gonna give all the other creatures +1/+1. And then somebody else kills the Dargo. That's 1 card for their commander and another person's removal spell. So I'm a big fan of these Impetus cards. The only one I'm not as much into is Parasitic Impetus, because Parasitic Impetus is the only Impetus cards that harms the player that you put it on, because they lose life every time they attack. So, but Insufferable Balladeer is a 2-mana 2/1. It's going to make somebody attack something, and it won't be you. So that's pretty cool. Okay, going back, I'm feeling pretty strongly that that the equipment that doesn't attach right away isn't going to be worth it, and that the auras are actually better here. It makes us a little less resilient, because we're having to, play these down onto creatures, and then if they die, then you lose the aura. So maybe we'll keep stuff like Boots of Speed, Bone Splitter. I think the Beat Stick's going to have to go. Beat Stick's cool, but we don't care about token generation mana, Core Halberd, it's like Vigilance is cool. It's 1 mana to equip, +1/+1 Vigilance, but like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not reading these properly, but like Utility Knife I think could probably go, although it does equip automatically. +1 power is really +2 power in this deck, which is pretty cool. So, Flaming Fist is kind of funny. Flaming Fist is going to guarantee that our commander can swing every time because it's going to have double strike, which is pretty good. So it's double strike on our commander for the rest of the game. That's probably worth it. This is a powerful, it's 3 mana. Maybe Flaming Fist doesn't work, because we can always give our commander double strike if we want to. It's only 2 power. The commander's only 2 power, so removal. Blood Frenzy also is going to be another way that we can, we're going to put this under modifications, even though technically it's just a cast spell, but it's going to be another way to do heroic. A lot of the creatures that have heroic are humans too, which is pretty cool. This one creates soldier tokens, not humans, unfortunately. To Tethmos High Priest. Holy Moses, dude. Wow, this is really good in the deck. It doesn't die to sweepers. It brings back 2 mana cards when we target it. This is a way we can rebuild. This is super cool because if we have this out, say somebody fiery cannonades us, we lose all this stuff. What we do on the next turn is that end step or during our turn, we use all of our buff spells that we have. So say we don't have the way to rebuild, but we have buff spells and we can get things back. This is a form of card advantage, right? We really want the ones that buff. So like, there's things that don't have heroic. So it's whenever, target. So we got to use the text because some of these cards, they just forgot to use heroic instead. So the ones that we're really into are, I forgot about backup too. Backup's pretty sweet. Boy, tough deck to build. I thought this would be a little bit easier, but not so. Got to be very focused about what we ultimately end up keeping here. We're looking for the heroic cards. Where are they? Where is she? This looks like there's a lot of different ways to build this too. Yeah, okay, so these 2 are the main ones. Are there any others though that do that? These are pretty sweet too, particularly the Laccolith Grunt, because if we give it double strike, then this thing can eat creatures every turn. It deals damage. Oh, but it's the double strike doesn't matter. Double strike does not matter. There. There's a 2 mana version of this that actually, whenever it attacks, it gives like all humans, I think it is. Oh, wow, we're going to want that one. Got to find that. This is sweet. We're talking about Battle Cry. That's actually, we're gonna have to look for Battle Cry too. And I think what we're doing is, like as much as possible, we want to have creatures, right? Like even this one here is potentially an option because this card hoses so many decks. If you didn't see my Twitter post on it, you should definitely follow me on Twitter if you are in that miserable place. This thing hoses a lot of decks. Anything else with that trigger? Okay, so there's one other creature with Battle Cry. Battle. How many results? 712? Oh, Battlefield. I see. That's why it's coming up. So we need to go back and look. Did I get the wrong? Battle Cry. Oh, it's 2 words. Weird. Oh, scry is what it's looking for now. God, that's annoying. Oh, that's funny. Um, yeah, pretty expensive. Oh, wow, this makes 2 white humans at flash. We're going to need that. Yeah, there's nothing really other than the Rocks veteran. That's the main one we're going to play this to. Okay, good. So we're good there. Let's go back. We'll cut one of these mountains just to keep it at 36. So we have our things here. 188 cards. Wow. It's a lot. I think Rally the Peasants could go because we actually have better auras, like, or better cards. Like this one is draws a card if we have a modified creature, which I prefer. Pack Attack also does that. Although Rally the Peasants is technically drawing a card because you have 2 of them. Volatile Clause protects us. Now for Wrath and Ruin, Vigilance +1/+1 counters. Counters are definitely good. Ramosian Rally, man, we don't even have protection in here yet. Silver Flame. Shattered States Era is starting to look like it might be. I mean, this is doing a lot. You know, it's like gaining. This is like 1 more mana to attack somebody else with a creature, and then give a buff, and then flip into a human, which is really good. So what are the other ones? You hear something on Watch can go. Hero of the Pride is good. Blades of Velasvel probably needs to go, even though this is a good card. Goblin Bushwhacker might need to go too. It's just a very efficient way to give haste and +1/+0. So it's going to have to come out of here. Ardenvale Tactician's not going to make it. Airlift Chaplain's probably not going to make it either. We're going to be really relying on our board state to get over the finish line. Gearcrafter also going to go. This one is only +1/+1 one time. Harvesttide Infiltrator is probably not going to flip reliably enough to like it. Heliod's Pilgrim is a human, and it is going to find Benevolent Blessing, which is huge. This one can go too. It's just not high impact enough. These like 3 power hasters are kind of they hit really hard, you know, and they're like turning themselves on. Just a lot of damage. It's pretty powerful. I mean, you can crank a lot of damage with those, but I don't know. Maybe these ones that don't buff toughness aren't going to be good. So like we could cut Veteran Armorsmith, because I think toughness only matters for sweepers. And while that is a concern, only one of those actually saves us because it's a 2/2. So if it dies to Fiery Cannonade, then so does everything else because they lose the buff. Syndic of Tides is still kind of something I'm thinking about. Parish Blade Trainee is rapidly going to get to a 3 power creature, so this is fine. I like this. It could get up to 4 if you attack with something that has a +1/+1 counter on it. The Hellraiser is interesting because we have to echo this one, so I'm like a little less into it. Mog Flunkies 3/3 for 2, and it can't attack or block alone, but that's like we're always attacking with something else. This is rarely going to be the only thing on the battlefield, so that's actually better than a 3/1 because it'll survive a sweeper. We'll probably cut red things because we don't want to have a 50-50 split, or I guess maybe we do, but Core Castigator, Scions, it doesn't mean anything. This one's not good enough. We'll cut that. I think we're going to cut the Impetuous Sunchaser too. Hobgoblin Captain gets first strike on its own, which is great. That is Pack Tactics. It's pretty good. This Hermit can go. Field Surgeon. Field Surgeon's nice because we can prevent. This feels so reactive. I don't know. I feel like we're just trying to kill people. This one can go. Dwarfhold Champion's great. If it's equipped, it gets a little bit bigger too. Man, Daybreak Charger absolutely fucks. Look at this card. It's amazing. Dawnbreaker Cleric goes. Crimson Mage. So, you know, these flanking cards could also be another place. They're funny. They're like worse than a 3/1, but they're still pretty damn close. And if they do block, then it's kind of the same thing, actually. But worse, right? Because it means it'll almost always win combat, because it'll hit them for 3 first, but ultimately I think these are just worse. Bane's Invoker can go, Backup Agent can go, Azorius Arrestor can go. Even Ambush Paratrooper's starting to look weird, but I like the Anthem. Now we're getting down. We're getting there. Something like Steadfast Unicorn, it's really hard to imagine this being able to connect, right? Whereas these other ones are evasive or they're 2 power. Even this one, flanking, so they're going to get -1, which is basically, and then we'll hit them for 1. So this isn't that great. I think we can cut that. Esquire of the King. I like these. I like having a couple of these. But again, these are like anthems, and we already have a ton of these. I think we can cut this one and this one. Okay, I'm feeling good about that. Let's look at our 3 drops. Thatcher Revolt is 3 humans entering the battlefield, and they have haste. They're probably not going to connect for damage. They'll just get, you know, they'll be walled or just eaten. But another way to look at this is that this is triple double strike, and then they have to block the things that are actually going to hit them for a ton of damage. So I think we do need to keep this. Like, all of these are really good. These 3 drops are, except for maybe these hasters, which I think I'm just like iffy on, you know? Like, it's going to have to come from somewhere, and I think it's going to be these 2. Are any of these humans is the question. Oh shit. This is really cool. This is another card that I've been wanting to find a home for. This thing slaps. This is a 1 mana 4/3. I like that a lot. I like this a lot in this deck. Are any of these humans? Roving Harper is not. Priest of Ancient Lore is not. Search Party Captain is, of course. Okay, good. So we got that one. Oh wait, Bestial Fury, doesn't that give power? Oh, this is Rampage. That's pretty funny. Putting Rampage on something where, like, if they block it, it's going to hit them for even more. Like, put this on a 3/1 and hit them for 6, and they can't block it. If they block it, they will literally die. They'll take 14, and it gets them trample. So this reads like unblockability, and it draws a card. It's a Punisher mechanic, though, because in a sense, like, they have to play into it to block it, and they never will, right? Bitter Reunion giving haste is definitely interesting while looting, but we don't have any, like, strong looting synergies, so it's really just like card filtering to, like, get rid of bad cards and get new ones. Okay, so this is a 3 mana value for 2 humans. I think Heroic Defiance. Let's just get this out of here. Although I think this probably does work the way we want it to. Okay, and then we have these here. Insufferable Balladeer. I don't think that we're going to need that. Soltari Visionary is probably like too... I mean, the thing is, this card is like unblockable, which is really sweet. Shadow destroys enchantments. It's not a human. How many humans do we have? 57, so we're still doing good on that. This This is going to go under resource advantage, and it's going to go under 3 mana value. Soltari Visionary, man, I'm really on the fence about that. Man, Famished Foragers is so cool. So you pay 4, and then you get 3 red. The trouble is a lot of our spells are white. So like how, and what are we casting second main that we're happy casting second main? I don't think that works. We want to play it prior. Rock's Veteran, I think it's very good. It's very good. I think Soltari Visionary, unfortunately, I love that card, but it's gotta go. Now for Wrath and Ruin is kind of starting to look weird. Like, I like the counters. Silver Flame Ritual is also on there too. The counters do help us survive Wraths if we get more than one of them, which is good. This requires that we have an untapped creature, which we can do pre-combat if we don't have a source of haste, or if we're not attacking with something. So this is okay, but the thing is most sweepers hit for 2, and a lot of our creatures are 1 toughness. So this is not going to be good enough. We're going to play Prismatic Strands instead. And we're probably going to play Ephemeral Shields as well. Let's see. We have Volatile Claws in there. Good. Okay. Perimeter Sergeant, Wojak Bodyguard. Mentor is going to be good. Veteran Swordsmith is another Anthem. It might be that with all these Anthems that we have, Tuscary Firewalker is going to be resource advantage. It might be that with all these Anthems that we have built into our creature base, that we can't actually do this kind of thing. It's just that we have a lot of creature-based Anthems. We have a lot of them that do that. So we have 18, 52 of these. This is where the cuts are going to come from, almost certainly. So how many of these are not 3 power? This is 3 power. These 2 are not 3 power. However, this is haste. So this is technically, 4. I think I like this enough, and it gets big if we, buff it up. So pretty cool. Syndic of Tithes. It's got to go. Standard Bearer is a human, and it's going to protect our Theoden. Silver Flame Squire. +2/+0. It's 3 mana to do that, though. Like, in what world? Seeker of the Way. 12 enchantments. 10 artifacts. Instants and sorceries. So this is going to be about 20. I bet we're down to like 15. We're going to be even less than that. Seeker of the Way is definitely going to go to sideboard. We just got to assess it afterwards and see if it's going to work. Now we're going to be looking to cut through. Oh, we can cut this 2/1. It might be that we actually need that card that pumps. Where was that? The 2 mana. Yeah, I think that these, like, I'm looking at the Rimrock Knight, and this is pretty important. Like, big power buff, it's instant speed. This one's only 1 mana to do it. This one's 3, unfortunately, but the Silver Flame Squire. But those buffs are going to be big. Okay, so Prowling Caracal. This one will be 2 when it hits the first time, and 3 when it hits the next time. If it dies, it will... So this one's kind of a build-up kind of a thing. But it's a human, and it's going to put the counters on something when it dies. I think that's good enough that we won't cut it. This one's great. Mog Flunkies has that limitation. rarely going to be attacking alone, but it's not a human. I think we're just going to cut it. You know, 3/1 has like a little bonus to it. Core Castigator. We could focus on colors here too. Imposter, the 6 Pride's great. That's a human. Hero of the Pride. Gorehouse, Chainwalker. Yep. We might get to the point where we're cutting these 2-drops based on how cool they look. Crimson Mage could go. But that's really strong. Giving haste to things is really strong. Because it's like coming in, if it's a human, it's giving itself double strike and then it's hasting in. And we do have enough lands that we could probably activate that quite a bit. Like none of these. It's a Cat Rebel. Ambush Paratrooper looking a little weird now. It's like it's the only one that doesn't like hit really hard. It does have flash and it does have evasion and it does have like an anthem we can use. So this is what I'm talking about. Like we have a ton of anthems and we're not going to have room for them all. Geez, rough to cut cards out of this deck. Tavern Brawler seems really good in the same way that Flaming Fists is. Like we hit like a 2-drop off of it, it becomes 4. We can hit for 8, which is a 2-shot kill for commander damage. And if we hit something bigger, you know. So it's got to come out of here for sure. Let's cut these ones that feel a little lower impact, like Tormentor's Helm. Tormentor's Helm and Utility Knife are nowhere near as big as Madcap Skills or Tillinolly's Crown. Although Crown will be a funny one. There's going to be a lot of times where going to be times where we can't play it on our creatures because we'll kill our creature. Core Halberd we could cut. Shiny Impetus is funny because while we like the goading and the power, the treasures maybe don't matter as much ultimately. Very high value spell, but like we need to make cuts. Trailblazer's Torch, I mean, I hate to say it, but maybe it's just that this is like exactly what we want, right? Whereas maybe this isn't, maybe because it's 5 mana. Maybe because it's 5 mana. It's just that initiative is so goddamn strong. Like it's so strong. Like any deck that cares about combat at all, right? Like this is going to be doing a lot. The Forge, the Trap, the Goad, you know, drawing a card, making a 4/1 with Menace, flipping a card off the top. I'm going to start going fast and loose here. This card seems really good here, but I don't think we want our card to lose our card. So, Common Theory, what's up? Considered cards like Spare from Evil. That's the protection from non-human creatures. Yeah, creatures you control gain protection from non-human creatures until end of turn. So this is like giving our whole team unblockable. Damn. Yeah, this does kind of end somebody's game, doesn't it? The problem is, okay, so if we attack somebody really, really heavy, to the point where they have to chump block with their creatures, like we can win in combat. I think that's the thing that I don't like about it. It feels like unnecessary because we have double strike. So we have the ability to, like, where this would be good is to say we had no cards in hand left and we top deck this, then we just swing in and we kill somebody, right? Because there could be a world where we don't have enough humans to like continue triggering double strike, and then our situation isn't as good. I'm going to put this in the sideboard. This is one I'm going to watch. I think that's a good recommendation. Yeah, creatures you control. Wow, that's a pretty interesting card. It's really like white. Your team gets protection from blockers, you know? Humans are a common creature type, but this is a pretty powerful card. I like that recommendation. Definitely one to keep an eye on if you yourself are building an aggressive white deck. This is definitely one to watch. And we still don't even have any protection in here either. So we're going to have to get really aggressive about cutting stuff. Goliath Paladin. Man, I was really excited about this card. It's like, it's so many of the things we love in this deck. It's so sick. It's like, it's slow though. I mean, if you think it's kind of slow and kind of fast, it's like increasing our pressure on every stage of it, right? Like it itself, when it comes into play, is a double striking, trample, haste human, right? Like maybe this is better than something like Silver Flame. Flare of Faith seems amazing for the commander for one-shotting. So with this, our commander could hit for 10. Put this in the sideboard too. We haven't even gotten into the protection suite, which is kind of intimidating. Possibility Storm says, I feel like the vanilla creatures are not great, even with double strike. I'd also cut at least a land or two. We might cut, yeah, we're probably going to cut a land down to 35. But the vanilla 3 ones, I think the argument you've got there is reasonable for the ones that aren't humans. The ones that are, though, they're so much better. And I think we can start working through those. So let's go through these. I think this is a good prompting to start going through these ones that aren't humans, and we're gonna cut them. Yeah, but the ones that are humans are really high value, super high value. And they're hitting for 6 when they get double strike, which is powerful. And so most of these are going to be 3 power, even if we cut the ones that are non-humans, which is good. We went a little crazy with them, didn't we? Like, I guess the question with these hero anthems is like, do they make up for the damage they lose by how much damage they deal if they anthem once? Because we have this one and we have Hero of the Games. And then do we have enough spells that target them? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably like 4 or 5 protection spells. So say like 13. And then we have, that's not a ton. Anthem, 2 to 3 creatures is 2 to 3 damage, but a single double strike could be the same. That's a good way to look at it, right? Like if we just played a creature, that's 3 damage, like, and then we have a 3/1, that's 3 damage, right? If we have 5 creatures, it's 5 power across the board, which is quite a lot. But the problem with these cards is that we actually don't have a ton of ways to target them. Yeah, common theory we do. We have Adventuring Gear, Bone Splitter, Boots of Speed, Dueling Rapier, Mirren Bane Splitter, Barbed Batterfist, and Trailblazer's Torch. There are a whole bunch of other ones that we looked at too. Anything that gives 1 power is like pretty strong. You know, like if you give 1 power to a creature that double strikes, it's really good. Now, the funny thing about the equipment, you know, and one way to look at them is like if we just played creatures instead, we give the creature double strike, which is more damage. Strength of Arms creates a 1/1 and swaps equipment and gives power, I believe. If I remember correctly, it's got Thalia on it. Yeah. It's kind of like a 1 mana 1/1 that's giving, it's like high value. You know, we could look at it for the deck for sure. I just think that now that we've cut a lot of equipment, because what I'm leaning into for the equipment is instead something that's like really good. So like Bone Splitter and Adventuring Gear. Adventuring Gear might not be consistent enough. I don't know. I'm a little worried about this one. I think we're going to cut Adventuring Gear just because it's not going to be consistent enough. But then we have like the Dueling Rapier and the Mirror and Bane Splitter, which are a total pain in the ass to re-equip. But like the effect of re-equipping it is really strong still. And they're kind of acting like a Dust Corona. So like Dueling Rapier and Mirror and Bane Splitter are almost strictly better than Dust Corona, Aki Warpaint, because they're doing the same thing, but you can equip them later on. It's just kind of expensive. Common Theory says, oh, let's see. Islane says, I mean, not sure how the list is comparing to the working version, but I'm seeing your almost 80 creatures, so that's 40 cuts. Yeah, yeah. I think we're gonna cut probably. Oh, we still have 80 creatures. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of creatures. It's a lot of creatures. I think we're gonna need to cut those Anthem cards. Hero of the Games is gonna come out. Probably on like 45, actually. It's going to be a lot of creatures. We might even have a little bit more. We need to have some protection, though, too. I'd love to have some flickers in here, personally. Where is it? Where's the other card? It's, oh, it's white. I was looking for red. Where's the Anthem one? Did we already cut it? Hero of the Pride. There we go. All right, so let's cut those. Ambitious Assault, pretty sweet here. How many knights do we have right now? Soldiers is 23 and 10 knights. We're gonna want to watch that because there's the ranger, the hawk, the 2/1 for 1 with flying that can only attack if you control a knight or a soldier. You know, if we have enough of those, that one suddenly becomes very appealing to me too, and I'd happily cut a lot of our 1-drops for that one. So now Tethmost High Priest is looking like it doesn't have a ton of hits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 hits for it. That's a shame. You know, if we had more protection spells, we would probably get that number up, but it's really powerful if it works. That's the thing that I'm thinking of. So let's go and look at. We're gonna want. Ephemerate is definitely going to play in this deck because we want to be able to ephemerate to get multiple, you know, triggers off of our. There's a couple of ETBs, but it's mainly our commander. So it's like protection that's going to give us double strike. Although the funny thing about this is that using flickers proactively is kind of notoriously like dangerous, right? Like it doesn't feel good when you like use a protection spell on your commander that that then causes it to get killed because of what you're doing, you know? But Ephemerate is 2 ETBs. The thing is, if we're protecting a creature, if we're protecting our commander, then Ephemerate's kind of like protect it, something's going to get double strike, maybe give it to an opponent's creature. I guess Ephemerate's good here. Yeah, Ephemerate's good. We can give it to another opponent's creature, you know, pre-combat, so that they get to do something, and then it's going to ephemerate on our turn, which will give us another double strike trigger. The question isn't whether we play flickers, it's more about like how many protection spells do we have, and do we want them to be protection, or do we want them to be flickers? So if we do protection, it'll hang around for a while. We could do like, you know, Mask of Law and Grace, Benevolent Blessing, Chomano's Blessing. We could also play Stave Off. Ephemerate might just be good enough because it is giving us multiple triggers that will play it. And I think that Theoden frequently won't be attacking because he's not going to be the one we're going to put the double strike on. And in terms of removal, Islane, I don't know that we're gonna be playing very much at all. And that might sound crazy, but I think it's like with this deck, we have a thing we're doing and it's powerful, and we are going to be leaning on other players to deploy their removal. And I think it's just about communicating that ahead of time, being like, hey, like this is not a part of the deck that is very, there's not a lot of it, right? We probably need to play like 5 removal spells. The other thing is like Shadowfax is another example of that, where the interaction is actually the Benevolent Blessing and the Chomano's Blessing and the Ward of Lights and the Stave Off. Are all ways you can put it on your opponent's creatures. We also have in here we have the Standard Bearer as well, which can help with that. You say, I hate being the guy with my pants down. Totally, I hear you on that. But I think the thing is that if you're communicating, look, my deck just doesn't have removal for this kind of a thing. Other people need to be like listening to that and holding up removal instead, which is like kind of a good thing for you, right? Like they need to hold up their things. They're not banking on you having interaction. So I think I'm fine with that in this deck, because there should be enough removal at the table to contain the problems that are happening. Because I totally relate to what you're saying. You hate it when something big happens and you can't stop it, but like, it is what it is. The question is going to be, do we prefer Ambitious Assault? I think Ambitious Assault is cool, but we'd rather have Rally the Peasants. I honestly think that if you're in CPDH, you shouldn't be the guy that's like, I don't have removal, because if everyone adopts that logic, then there's no removal. I think that's a slippery slope argument, respectfully. I think that's a slippery slope argument, and I don't think it actually follows. Like, just because I don't have removal doesn't mean other people aren't going to play it. People will play it. Like there are decks where removal is an important part of the deck because of what it does. You know, if you're TPI, you're not just going to look across the table and be like, oh, Theoden doesn't play removal anymore, so I'm not going to, because Skred is still good in that deck, Lightning Bolt's still good in that deck, Resculpt is still good in that deck. So I don't think that argument tracks. And I think that this deck doesn't really have like the, it's not going to have the space for removal. Like this is all gas. A deck like Gut, for example, can play removal because its commander creates bodies. So you just need to feed the commander, and a lot of the feeding of the commander is drawing you cards. So you can do that, right? But I think that this is definitely that way, and we won't not have interaction. We will have Stave Off, for example, Chomanos. And we'll have Benevolent Blessing, which we already have in there. These are going to go under protection. These are also forms of interaction. We can play these on our opponent's thing. Ward of Lights is another one that I'm pretty into because it goes on any creature. And if you play it at sorcery speed, it sticks around. If you don't, then it gets sacked at end of turn. So we have those. Coronation of Chaos might not make the cut, although it's very good in aggressive decks. Islaine says, I get your philosophy. We sort of did that thing with Rasad build, exactly. But I'll tell you that I revamped it. I added more interaction. I finally got wins with it. Yeah. I think Rasad's the same way, though. Like Rasad, you play counter spells because you want to... Rasad's a little different, though. Rasad is so important to the game plan that you play counter spells, and the counter spells are your form of interaction. Rasad also hits as hard as this deck does. So I think that in a sense, like Rasad is like you're countering, the counter spells do double duty. So you want both of them. This one, something like Lightning Bolt, we might still play because it's like direct damage. But Common Theory says, keep up the work. Came in to say hi. Have a good evening. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate having you here. And I hope you have a good rest of your evening too. So strands, lights, blessing. Okay, and then let's just add in Lightning Bolt here. I think that's going to be good. Later Gator and Later Gator. That's an alliteration. Ambush Paratroopers looking a little derpy right now. A braid is fine. The only, the thing is, okay, this is another good example of a card that's like not our wheelhouse to play. A braid is just a 2 mana lightning strike, but it doesn't go face, which is probably important for any removal that we play. And on top of it, the bigger concern I have is that artifact destruction is other people's problem. Mid-range and control decks play modal cards because they want to have the ability to interrupt people in ways that like destroy their game plan, right? It's not our job. Our job is to beat somebody's fucking face in. We're trying to kill players. And the way that we're allowed to do that is by killing the combo player, and everybody else just sits there and claps. You know, they just sit there and they're like, good, 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 excellent. And then the idea is that with any aggro deck, you're trying to snowball that advantage into killing the other players too. And so like cards like a braid, just they're not going to do it for me. I'd almost rather play like a flame slash at that point, but still it doesn't go face, so it's like kind of hard for me to justify. All right, so we need to cut more cards that aren't humans. Daybreak Chimera is not a human, but it is a 2. I think this is regularly going to come down as a 2 white 3/3 flyer, and I think that's really good. 3 power is good. Underworld Ragehound, not a human. It does get big though, and I like this card a lot. A lot. Oh, this one can go. This one can go. This one gets first strike, which is pretty nice, and it's very easy to turn this on with like 2 3-power attackers. And then it's getting first strike, which is kind of like self. It's just another card that we don't need to buff, which is nice. Devilthorn Fox can go. This one can go. Now we're making some progress here. Cat Rebel can go. It's funny, we went that deep rabbit hole of like looking for, all these 3/1s, and now we're cutting them all. Audacious Infiltrator, again, like dwarf, can't be blocked by artifacts, but Islane says, well, I'd love to see what you get this down to, but I have dinner and bed for work tomorrow. Good luck. Love you, Ryan. Dude, Islane, love you too, buddy. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I hope you have a great dinner, and I hope work goes well for you. So thanks for stopping by, and I look forward to playing a game with you soon. Maybe I'd actually love to play a game on stream with you with Shadowfax. I'm pretty pumped about that deck right now and that commander, and I think that would be a lot of fun. So let me know what you're up to, and we can get something on the schedule maybe. Daybreak Combatants is another card that we could look at. +2/+0, is good. It does have haste. I mean, technically this thing hits for 8 power, well, I'm free for your channel or next month for mine. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe we'll shoot for next month with spoiler season and stuff. I have a lot of stuff booked out, so may need to wait on that. But yeah, I'd love to hop on yours, or you can come on mine. Either way is happy days for me. Makeshift Battalion, Omen of the Sun. Is this good enough? 2 humans, flash, gain 2 life, sacrifice. It's like pretty damn good. Human. Somebody pointed out a human token maker earlier, but I got distracted, and that was the Fateful Hour. Gather the Townsfolk and Faithful Hour, I think is the other one. Oh, that's funny. This puts humans into play every turn. Oh, Fateful Hour is a protection spell. Never mind. So this one is 2 white humans. I think that's good enough. That's like, it's funny because those 1/1s aren't super premium, but like the doubled up on the triggers thing is pretty damn good. We have 41 cards more to cut. We're going to cut Shiny Impetus. We just don't need it. We could cut Tillinolly's Crown because it's like going to kill a lot of our... How many of our creatures does that kill? God, Sweepers absolutely fuck our world up. Tillinolly's Crown is not good. We're not doing that. It's funny. I hate to. I really think this card is super good, but it's like I look at it and the cost kind of freaks me out. It's like, damn, this is a lot. And if you play it on turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, turn 8, it flips on turn 8, which is pretty slow. So while it's good, we need to be disciplined. We need to cut it. We still have the we have the Ranger's Hawk. Some of these 1-drops could probably go. We don't. Like Moth Rider Patrol, maybe. Ranger's Hawk, potentially. Although, if we gain the initiative from somebody else, this would be pretty sweet to be able to progress through it. I don't know. Soltari Foot Soldier is essentially like a worse version of that in some ways. So we have 24 cards dedicated to making our board bigger, which is a quarter of the final deck if we were to keep all of them. And we probably want a little bit more protection than that. Something like Emerge Unscathed would be good here too, because we can, you know, protect something and then give it unblockability on the next bout. Coronation of Chaos is just, this card is like constantly wants to be in decks that I don't have slots for it in, where it's like, what do I do? Cut like a bunch of good humans that give double strikes so that I can like goad the table into attacking. It's just a generically good card, but like, and it's kind of good here too. We probably cut the Sky Knight Legionnaire. I know this has haste, but flying and haste. But it's like 2 power. It's like, why do we care? I mean, it's pretty powerful when you've got these other anthems in play, though, because it's going to hit them for a lot of damage. So there is that. Heliod's Pilgrim is a 1/2. It's a human, and it's tutoring important things, but it's like, it's a 1/2. Jesus Christ. Getting really tough on the cuts here. We got 39 of them. Chat. Oh, God. Okay, Tethmos High Priest is going to have to go. As much as I love that card in this deck, it's just not going to work. Barbed Batterfist is really more of a creature than it is a modification. Dude, Madcap Skills destroys in this deck. Hit for 12 on a creature with this, with Menace and Double Strike. So we like eat 2 of their creatures, or they take 12. Spicy. And if we empty our hand and we have Taste for Mayhem, that's going to be +4/+0, which is great. We have these 2 cards, you know, which they seem really good. This one's not a human, so we could consider that. But buffing up our table seems strong. Oh, this is a dwarf. What are we doing? You know, this one's another like pump effect. It's like 2 cards on one. It's like this one and the other 3. This one here are both like interesting in that they both translate to 4 more damage, and they're both card advantage. But they're also like, this one in particular is just a 2/1 when we cast it. It is a human. Rimrock Knight is a dwarf. We have 52 humans still, so we're like plenty good in the human territory. Deathblade Elite's starting to look a little weird, which is screwed up because that's like literally cutting all of our removal. I mean, this is very out of my comfort zone, but like, when this deck does as much damage as it does, like the math I did is 32 damage on turn 4 if everything goes to plan. And there's a lot of ways to make that plan work. Um, let's do an experiment here, okay? Let's do an experiment. Seems crazy, but and I don't like to be that person who doesn't have removal, but I think that's what we're gonna do here. Call me crazy. Daybreak Charger is just good enough to be a non-human creature in this deck. Where was that card that we had that was 2 mana for a 2/1? Or was it in here? You know, it's interesting. Like honestly, this card right here, it is double strike, which is pretty cool. But these 1/1s are pretty low value. I'm a little like they're good with the anthems, I guess. That's one way to look at it. So I think that's fine. Yeah, never mind. Maybe we cut. I mean, we could get super ruthless about cutting. You know, maybe this foot soldier. Maybe it's like any 1-drop that isn't 2 power or has 2 spells on it. Like first strike. So much more to cut. This is starting to look kind of funky. Omen of the Sun is a little overpriced for what it does, but it's one of the rare ways we have to make multiple human bodies at the same time, and it is flash, which is really good because we can go to... Yeah, Swift Spear is definitely a possibility. It's so weird, right? Like, that's such a good card. But it's like 1 power. It does have haste, which again is nice. So any spell played while we play this is going to make it a 4 power creature, which is kind of like that, you know, that's the bottom. Like we need the 1-drops to hit for 2 or be evasive and do something else. The 2/2 art on this. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's very cool. I also really like Time Spiraled Remastered. That was only a 50-cent common. Wow, that's really cool. We'll put that in there. It's cheaper. Yeah, it's really sick. Super sick. It just seems like this card with any anthem is like a lot. With Battle Cry, that helps a little bit too. But like I could see this swinging like twice and then waiting a little while before it could swing again, right? But it's like a hasty 1/1 that gets bigger and it's a human. So kind of hard for me to imagine cutting it. But it's funny, yeah, it's like maybe not perfect. And all of these cards are like basically sacrosanct. Like we're not cutting these. Um, Errand Rider of Gondor, it seems very good. Um, oh, we don't even have Impact Tremors in the deck, and that card is so good here. We don't have Witty Roastmaster. Witty Roastmaster is really good because it's a 3-power creature. It's like one of the few decks where you can actually like attack with this thing regularly without it dying. Damn. Okay, so I think the territory we're in right now is that like we're gonna have to cut good cards. So we do need to play Impact Tremors. These cards are so important for like just ending the game for multiple players. Tavern Brawler is one that we could cut. I mean, technically we could cut Tavern Brawler and Flaming Fist. But Tavern Brawler seems so good. It's like buffing up our commander. It's, you know, getting us a card. Pretty tough deck to build. Maybe the Mentor stuff is too much. It just seems like Mentor is really good in certain cases. So it's always going to work on our commander. So it'll always put our commander to 1. And then like how many creatures do we have that are under 3 power? Because if we find that there's a lot that are under 3 power, we're going to want to cut them. The training cards are different though, because training is when they're smaller, and they're usually going to be smaller than these 3 ones. So we have the Topin Freeblade, but when this creature deals combat damage, if it isn't renowned, put a +1/+1 counter on it and it becomes renowned. So you can stack this. So you could attack, mentor this, and then hit them and gain renown, right? So that should work. So I think that's fine. This one's starting to look awkward, even though it's a 2/2 with haste. It's like how often, I mean, we do have ways to buff it, which is not nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 5 ways. And then we have a couple more. I mean, we have 6, 7, 8. And then we have a bunch of protection spells, which could also be used, but they're probably better for Theoden. Because I could see a world where we like cut these like, cut Swift Spear, cut Legionnaire, cut Rimrock Knight, cut Silver Flame Squire. Let's just do it. We're gonna need to make these cuts, and this is like pretty rough, but because I don't like cutting these cards, but I just don't think we're gonna be able to reliably use them. Even Worms Crossing Patrol is starting to look kind of weird, because yeah, it gives us like double strike. It's triple double strike for a 1 mana creature. That's actually good enough because we have all these other cards like Thatcher's Revolt that that are doing exactly that for more mana. So Perish Blade Trainee is another card we could cut too because it's not a 3 power creature. But it will become a 3 power creature the second time it attacks. I think that's not good enough. I mean, it's because we just gotta be super ruthless about our cuts here. Fairy Guide Mother, flying and +2/+0 is super strong. I mean, even the Rimrock Knight's a great card. We could cut. So we have 45 humans. So anything we cut now is going to be a human because that's all we basically have left. Right? Daybreak Chimera could also, I mean, this one's evasive and that, so probably not. Devil Citizen, but still just so good. Yeah, we're really in it here, chat. This is not an easy one to build just by proxy of the fact that it has so many good cards for it. These +1/+1 counters that stay around seem really good to me. Because it really would be sweet if we didn't get swept up. Sweepers are going to hurt for sure. And we have ways to protect against that with Strands, Volatile Claws. 29 cuts. Good Lord. Now I'm looking like later in the curve, like Rocks Veteran, like maybe these here, but they're really effective. They're really effective. So maybe we're down to, man, these just don't seem like we can cut them. These just make our commander able to swing every single turn for like a lot, like a ton of damage. So maybe we're cutting 3 ones that are. So the funny thing is, technically, this is only hitting for 3 the second time. So the first time it's not. Does become a 3/3 for 2. So we could cut this. It is vigilant, which is nice. The fact that it's a little bit bigger than a sweeper is definitely a consideration. Because any of these 2 toughness creatures that just get 1 more toughness are then up to 3, and then they can survive a sweeper. I bet some of this is where we need to make cuts. Because this is like Theoden mana, right? So we could say like these anthems that buff humans, I think we don't cut. But something like Makeshift Battalion could potentially go. It's a 4/3 when it attacks. So that's pretty strong. Deputized Protester is kind of the same way, except that it has evasion. Daybreak Combatants is going to go. I think this card is really good, but I don't think we have room for it. Crusader of Odric is also a card I'm a little like leery of. You know, it is coming down probably pretty big. If we go 1-drop, 2-drop, Theoden, Crusader, it's a 4/4. If our board gets swept, it dies. So it's not protection against that. This is a funky one because we actually don't have a lot of creatures with lesser power. Right, it's mostly 3/1s. It'll work on our commander the first time, but then we'd be looking to these, which maybe that's where, you know, the mentor is, but I think we're going to cut it. Am I overvaluing this? I could be. It's possible. It's possible that I'm overvaluing this. It just seems like that 1 damage is like just great. How many mentor cards do I have? Wojek. We have these 1/1s. That's where the mentor is really good too. Oh, we have Wings of the Guard as well. It's another card that we don't have in here. It's going to have to come out of the 2 mana creatures. So the question is going to be, do we, like Drill Masters, I think good because it's going to give us a big boost of power and first strike on something so that it doesn't need to be double struck. So this is kind of like first strike +2/+0, double strike on something else, which I think justifies it being smaller. So we could cut some of these like vanilla 3/1s. We could also just cut the Topin Freeblade. I think that's what we're gonna do. It does mentor and then renown, which is good. How many knights do we have? 9. It's actually enough that this will trigger sometimes and it will have first strike. Is Standard Bearer under protection? It's not. So we could just start cutting. Like, I think we can afford to keep this, but maybe not. These cuts are really painful. They're hard. Ranger's Hawk. Healer's Hawk. Maybe it's all about the 2-drops. It's kind of weird to say, but it could be that we don't want these. Let's try it. It feels weird to be cutting 1-drops, though. That's got to be wrong, right? We should be cutting from 2-drops. We have ways to buff them up with Mentor. What was the other one that we just cut? There was a mentor card for 3 that if we're going to keep these 1-drops in, then the 3-drop that mentors is like pretty important. Yeah. Okay. It's got to be here. So it could be the non-warrior, the non-humans. 28 cards though. Okay, so it's going to be Coronation of Chaos. It's going to be Emerge Unscathed. It's going to be... I mean, there's an argument for this one. It's a 3/2 that draws a card. It's a human. It's pretty damn good. And we don't have a lot of that effect. It's pretty important. Pack Attack draws a card. 4 mana for +1/+1 and Vigilance. This one's also 4 mana for +1/+1 and Vigilance. Pretty damn good. I think this is a fine package of 9 with 9 protection spells. This is probably where it's got to come from. So let's get real here. Which immediately when I say that, I'm like, I don't want to cut any of these. Trailblazer's Torch is going to come out. I mean, Martial Impetus is another anthem. That's the crazy thing, though. Like, Martial Impetus is like, it is an anthem. +1/+1 goaded anthem. And we can also put it on our opponent's stuff. So what if we cut the yeah, we got to cut some of these. Okay, so what's the worst one in here? There's got to be some, so let's cut the Free Blade. It's cool, but let's cut that one. We'll cut anything that's basically vanilla. So like Knights of New Benalia, could go Dramoka Warrior, could go... It's interesting. So with Daybreak Charger, the funny thing is that it is giving +2/+0, but it's not giving double strike, which is kind of weird because the double strike is what we want. So every creature in our deck has stapled onto it, this creature gets double strike. And this one says, I don't give double strike, but I give +2/+0. So that's not as good because we're talking about 3/1s. So let's cut that one, and we're actually going to cut the Hobgoblin too because it's not a human. Same thing with the Daybreak Chimera. Same with the Underworld Ragehound. I hate to say it. I really think that's a good card, but they need to be humans. See, this is the same thing, right? This is the same thing as the Unicorn, but worse. You have to cast both of them to do it. So let's get rid of Rimrock Knight. We're going to get rid of the... those are all good. Goblin Bushwhacker we could cut. +1/+0 and haste for 2 mana is very good. But it's not, again, it's like, is that better than double strike? Let's cut it. This is a human core soldier. That's really funny. It's both a human and a core. Very interesting. So we're at 118. So now with these non-human things like this, I think we need to cut them. Honestly, like, we're not going to have a lot of 1-drops in this deck, which means that the Mentor needs to leave too. See, again, like, look at this. So yeah, the math on this is funny. This is 3 mana for +2/+1 and flying and a 1/1 flying. What we could instead play is a 2 mana card that immediately gives another creature double strike. So this is not that. Like any 1-drop human does better than that. And we'll play the Savannah Lion and probably the Pegasus because they're just that good to double up on. Okay, yeah, we're getting clearer here. Stirring Bard is not a human, but that means we have no way to get initiative. We currently don't have very many ways anyway, so we'll cut it. Rocks Veteran, not a human, gives Battle Cry and taps things down. Not good enough. Bastard's Acolyte, not a human. Because, like, look at this. Like, we play this, we put +2/+2, and we double strike something. This doesn't. Like, humans are super important for this. Like, if it's not a human, it's got to do something insane. Like, Witty Roastmaster does so much damage in this deck that, like, we definitely play this. Because every creature this is actually double strike, right? If we play a human or we play a creature with Witty Roastmaster, we hit everybody for 3, which is the same as double striking it, but it's outside of combat and it hits everybody, which is something we want. Omen of the Sun is looking a little bit weird. Crusader of Odric's going to be pretty strong in this deck. Barbed Batterfist is kind of funny here because this isn't a human. So let's get rid of it. We could cut Crimson Mage. Now we're making progress. Yeah, we're making good progress now. How many non-humans do we have? 4. There are 4 non-humans in the deck. Now I have to cut 9. Omen of the Sun is cool, but I also am not... Double Trigger is really good. But, like, what do we cut instead? So it could be that we cut things that are just vanilla, you know, like this. Worms Crossing Patrol is funny, right? Like, if we play this on any turn other than the first one, this is kind of like a suspended triple double strike. Each opponent, you may create a token that's a copy. Do created tokens enter the battlefield? Do they have an ETB? Is that how that works? I'm not sure. We can ask this. They do. Okay. So then Worms Crossing Patrol. The trouble is going to be, how do we keep this thing alive? You know? Because it's like, does it swing once and then just die? Like, it kind of seems like it. Although with the Anthems, it's pretty powerful. You know, Anthem with like Volatile Claws and it's hitting for 9. And it's like double striking 3 things. So I think that's probably good enough. Maybe we punch at somebody who just doesn't have any creatures in play and then we like suicide it in when we need to go. I don't know. Crimson Mage. It's not hitting for 3. Cavalry Drill Master is pretty good because it's doing first strike and double strike and +2. I think we definitely want that. Maybe it's probably 3 drops that we want to cut here. So like not this one, not this one. Oh, Mentor. Get out of here. This is just like a 3-mana 5/2. Which is like, I don't know, it feels really good, right? Like double strike this bad girl and hit for 10. Okay, it could come out of here too. These ones here seem like the best ones. Aki Warpaint among them. Dust Corona could potentially go. How many flyers do we have? Not a lot. One. I think the suspend creatures, yeah. Because if we top deck them, we can just cast them, right? In a lot of cases. Like if I'm at 3 mana and I'm casting Theoden, and then I'm just waiting a little bit to like cast this Knight of Nubenalia, that's fine because it's such a big buff to the team. But at turn 1 in an opening hand, this is really strong. Same with Keldon Halberdier. They're both expensive though. Definitely, don't get me wrong. Knight of Cersei is kind of interesting. This one seems pretty efficient to me. It's not 3 power though. I just think that the suspend is good because by the time, if you suspend it on turn 1 or turn 2, then it's going to come down at a relevant turn and it's going to be an extra double strike effect. So like you're kind of banking it up as you go up your curve. Omen of the Sun is coming to mind here because it's really 2 mana for 2 bodies. And it is flash, which is good because we can declare our double strike. I mean, that is really good. Damn. This is really tough. Really, really tough. Maybe it's a combination of these. So generic stuff like, are there any more of these? Like Dramoka Warrior could go because it's not a knight and it doesn't do anything else. Crimson Shaman could go. Crimson Mage could go. I like what this does though. I like this a lot. Right? You just like play one thing, give it haste and double strike, hit them. Play another thing, haste, double strike, hit them. And you just build up like that. It's like a, very, very nasty. Jesus, nothing easy to cut here. Maybe the Impact Tremors Witty Roastmaster. I mean, we have 44 creatures in the deck. Like it's turning any creature that we cast into 3 damage on the table. This is like too important to drop. So Omen of the Sun is kind of starting to look like that. Pilgrim is kind of funny because like, well, Pilgrim gets protection, which is good, but it's just such a derpy creature in this deck. It doesn't look good at all. This one, if you attack 2 players, then it's a 4/3 with Menace, which is pretty good. It's pretty damn good. It's funny too, because when we look at this right here, there's also Wings of the Guard, which is like, if you swing on 3 people, it's a 4/4. You give it double strike. There's like a really good argument for that. I don't think we'll regularly be swinging against 3 different people though. Kind of weird. Even Deputized Protester makes you attack other people. And I don't think I like that. So we're going to cut it. Crusader of Audric is going to be nice and big. Crusader of Audric's probably better than Makeshift Battalion in a lot of cases because it's just gets huge. 6 more cards. We got this. We got this. Madcap skills very good. Taste for Mayhem. Probably could cut Aki Warpaint. Or maybe we cut Equipment. No. Okay, Dust Corona is going to go. Aki Warpaint probably going to go to. Bone Splitter is just too good. It's 4 power on any creature. And I think Madcap Skills is great too, but Martial Impetus. So we put it on our thing, and then we get this Anthem every turn plus a buff. So each other creature, so if we put this on a 4 power creature, or a 3 power creature, then it goes to 4, and it buffs everything by 1, and then it has to attack every turn. Oh man, I think this might need to go. We've got other Anthems that are just kind of better, I think. Maybe. Yeah. And then cutting our modifications down a little bit. Omen of the Sun still looking super awkward because it's just not as efficient as some of the other stuff. But it is 2 triggers of Double Strike. If you read this as Double Strike twice, then that's really strong. Tuskeri Firewalker is so cool in this deck. There's just a lot of really cool cards here that I want to play. Let's take out Crimson Mage. We've been kind of on the fence about that. Obsidian and Crimson Acolyte are also like their protection, so they're important, but you know, they're definitely like kind of derpy creatures, you know what I mean? They're pretty silly looking. So close. So close to the end here. I think the Dueling Rapier and the Mirren Bane Splitter, they both have flash. So these are both superior to like Aki Warpaint because we can play them at instant speed. I like having a small package of this stuff in here and having most of them be equipment. Boots of Speed are going to be really good here too because that's basically going to act like that human while giving them a buff. We need 2 more cards. So we can cut out of here. Something out of here is fine to cut. Maybe it's like these vanilla ones, like Knights of New Benalia. And this one can't block, but it does become a 3/2, which is a little bit bigger. And I don't think we care super much about blocking. Maybe the 3-drop slots where we cut the next one. We're not cutting a land. We need those. Volatile Claws, Stave Off, Ephemerate, Bodyguard. It's probably a 1-drop, right? There's probably some stupid 1-drop here that we don't care about. Maybe it's this one. Could also be the Spike Wheel Acrobat, but this thing hits for 10, which is so much damage. That's a lot of damage. This is like very good for the deck. We're always going to be dealing damage to people. People are going to lose life. So it's got to come from here. It's got to come from here. So it'll be a generic 3/1. Are there any of those left? I mean, there's Reach. There's the Imposter of the 6th Pride. Imposter of the 6th Pride is about as close as it gets to generic. And there we are at 100 cards. Wow, this was way, way, way harder than I thought it was going to be. Because there's just so many good options. This is similarly difficult to Shadowfax. Like, Shadowfax was a pain in the ass. It was so hard to do. So tough to make happen. And this deck was really no different in that regard. Let's take it through its paces with some playtest rounds here. We're just going to assume that we've got our mana perfect because we're going to do the land base after. Okay, so we have a 2-drop. We have for turn 1, Knight of Old Benalia. We have mana for our commander. We have a 2-drop, and we have a 3-drop. This looks really good. So we'll go draw, play this, suspend this with 5 counters on it. Go to our next turn. We're going to remove a counter from it there. Go turn 2. Let's play out, because we have, well, we actually have quite a bit of red mana stuff here. So we'll do Westfold Rider. Go to our turn. Going to play a 3rd land, and I think we are not in the business of pretending like we have protection, so we're going to play this. We're going to double strike, hit for 6. This is going to take a counter off too. And then we'll go to our next turn, take a counter off. Tavern Brawler is a great draw right now. We're going to play Path of Ancestry. And what we want to do is play a human. Riot Ringleader. And let's buff up the Westfold Rider and swing. And then maybe we swing this at somebody who can't kill it. And then we're going to go to our turn. And you can see the Suspend card is going to absolutely demolish. Especially with this card in play. Holy crap. So what we're going to do is go 1, 2. And actually, we want to use our Path of Ancestry here. 1, 2, Kirin Striker. And we're going to... It's funny, these cards are gumming up our hand right now. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they make our thing bigger, but like... Huh. Interesting. Like, we have 3 ways to make our things bigger. And I would almost prefer that they were just humans right now, because then I could go human, human, and double strike multiple things. But instead I can't. So what I can do is go one of these on my double strike creature. So to make sure that I don't die in combat, I think I'm going to go this on Theoden. We're going to double strike. Oh, funny. Huh. We're not going as wide as I thought, in a sense, right? Like, I'm not getting as many creatures as I want. So I'll play Fur of the Bitten. We're going to attack. So the double strike, so this is going to swing for 3. This is 5. This would be 6. But I really want to keep this alive. It might be like at turn 5, there's not a lot of blockers. So we actually probably want to put this on here, because we don't want to incentivize people to kill Theoden. And this makes this a 4/4. This becomes 6. So we'll attack with both of these and not Theoden. And then this turn comes around. This is going to go into play. We're going to remove a counter. Everything's going to get a buff. And now we have mana to cast both of these. This is a lot of damage. This is a lot of damage. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the Knight. We're going to get another buff. This is damn near lethal. Crazy. We can't cast all 3 of these because... Oh, we're assuming our mana is perfect right now. So let's just do that. We're going to go 1, 2, 3 and just pretend like we have the Tavern Brawler. And then we'll go to combat. The thing that got double strike this turn... Oh, this is actually going to get another power because another creature came into play. Like that. And then we go to combat. We get the buff from the Riot Ringleader. So set power to 5. So this is turn 6, mind you. And this one's set power 5. Because it got +1, +1. Oh, so wait, +1, +1, +1. Yeah, so 5. So that's a lot of damage right there. That's 9, 15, 19, 24, and then because this is double strike, we cast Mirren Bane Splitter on whatever doesn't get blocked. Because the double strike creature probably gets blocked. This is 10 damage. Like, they're going to have to block that. That's the most damaging thing. So we'll play it on this thing here. So that'll push that to 6. And then Dueling Rapier on this thing here. So that's like, this is like fucking 30 damage, right? This is a 6. And then this is now 6. So 6, 12, 18, 23, 33. This is 33 damage on turn 6, assuming we didn't get interacted with, right? Let's see what our next turn looks like. We're going to flip on our upkeep. So we'll flip this, and then upkeep, we get that. So we're going to reset the power and toughness, and then go here. We're going to go 5. Reset power and toughness. Reset power and toughness. 1, 2. So we're going to play the land. You can see we're resource light. We didn't get the buff off Tavern Brawler, but we can play this and scry 1. We're going to bottom that because we're using the Path of Ancestry. And that's going to trigger, and it's going to give this thing 3 and double strike to this probably. It's very aggressive. It's very all-in feeling. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so we're assuming our mana is good here. This is a pretty good curve. We've got protection for our commander. So we'll go this, nothing, this into Westfold Rider, this into, you know, it's kind of funny. I kind of want to run this out first, but we have Stave Off. So it feels a little weird to cast our commander right now because I'd rather do it with protection from one of these. So we'll put out some more. The funny thing is that we want the commander out when we cast these humans. So we do cast this. We hit somebody for 6, hoping that our commander doesn't die. Oh, I restarted. Whoops. Okay, so this is 2 creatures. We have a curve where we can play it. This feels like something we'll cast from hand. It's a lot of lands, so we need to draw creatures. Okay, so we'll go land there. Oh, this is great. Okay, so we'll go 2 for the Marauder. Turn 3, we're going to cast the commander, hit for 6. Turn 4, okay, this is looking a little more like it. Oh, we would have suspended this on turn 1. So we're on turn 4, so this would be 3 down. So this would be on 1 counter. Turn 1, so turn 2 is 3, turn 3 is 2, turn 4 is 1. Yeah, okay. Land, and then, I mean, this is pretty heavy. 1, 2, give both of them double strike, swing for 4, 10. Flaming Fist. Ooh. Okay, so this thing comes into play, and it probably gives double strike to this right here. This will have double strike. Then I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to pay a 1 mana Argavian Phalanx, double strike to this. And then 1, 2, 3 for Flaming Fists, double strike to our commander. So when we swing now, it's 4, 7, 13, 19, 23. 23 on turn 5. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. This probably died in combat, to be honest. You know. So we're just going to cast this Crimson Acolyte. We'll scry 1 for our efforts. See, this feels bad. This feels immediately bad. We are way out of cards too. Like we don't this is what we've got right here. I feel like this is not what we want right now. Bottom. And then we do have 1 card that can loot in the deck, so we're going to hold on to this. And we can still swing for 4. You know, it's kind of funny. Theoden, it doesn't want to go as wide as I thought he would, because you almost want like some higher quality creatures. And what I mean by that is you want like you want to buff up like 2 things every turn, and then getting all these other creatures is just a way of buffing up that creature, like that creature every turn, um, to swing for that big damage. Plays a little differently than I would have anticipated. This is pretty bad. We could go Elite Vanguard into Code Spell Cleric, but then we have nothing else. We don't have mana to cast our commander. We do have built-in protection, and we do have a way to make our attacker bigger and cards to play, so we will keep this. We'll go turn 1. Keldon Halberdier. Let's see, 1, 2, yeah, okay, cool. And then draw. We're going to go probably Bone Splitter and Bodyguard. This is turn 3, so this would be down by 2. We really want to draw our commander right now. This particular turn sequence is looking pretty pathetic, because if we didn't draw a land, so we can't like equip or anything, so we just play this out. Oh, this is looking really bad. This is a bad hand. Bad hand. This hand's not that great either. We can, if we draw a land, we can go turn 3 Spike Wheel Acrobat, but it all hinges on our commander, and we don't have a third land, which means we might not even hit our 4th, but we could play this out. So we'll draw for turn. This, draw for turn, no land. So we're probably going to want to run this out so that we can get our commander online safely. Draw land? No. Oof. Rough. Because this is turn 3 and we're not applying pressure. Like Cathar Commando. There's the land. So now we can play our commander, give Cathar Commando a hit for 6. And then we drew a land, okay. And now we can go... Oh, this is Soldier. Other soldiers. We can't play this. We don't have enough soldiers. Okay. Back to the drawing board. Veteran, Swordsmith. How many soldiers do we have of the 40? 13. Not nearly enough. Cut that card. Impact Tremors felt bad. So Witty Roastmaster probably feels similarly bad. It's not a human, and it requires other things for it to be good. So I think we're going to cut that. I do want another land. I just think it's really important that we hit our land drops. And then, like, things that have first strike already is actually, like, way more important than I thought. Because then we can continue to hit with them regardless. And things that are like this right here would have just been able to hit right away. This is actually like pretty good. Even these right here being able to like play and swing. It's really going to depend on the pod. This is going to be a bit of a higher variance deck because inherently it's going to be difficult to, like, if somebody just kills our commander on 3, that's going to slow us down a lot. Like, our commander is a lot of what we're doing here. And with that said, like, if we don't have this and we have a bunch of 3/1s that die in combat, This is reminding me a little bit of earlier this week when we worked on round 2 of Shadowfax, or actually last week on Friday, where we came up with something and it didn't look like it worked. And I guess what I'm wanting from Theoden is to be able to reliably get double strike on all the things that want to attack, so that we're not losing our board in combat while also reliably keeping Theoden in play. And I'm not sure if I'm seeing it right now. Like these 3 power creatures that hit for 6 are really good. I think they feel strong. But it doesn't feel like I'm getting enough like I want to be throwing down all these creatures every turn, and it feels hard to do that, protect the commander, do all the other things. It feels like it's getting pulled in a lot of ways. And I think what I'm running into a little bit here is like I'm a pretty conservative Magic player, and this feels very YOLO to me. This feels like to play it in its most aggressive form, you have to just like go, go, go. There's no mana rocks. You have to hit your land drops. Having lots of lands in the deck means that that when we top deck them, they're bad. When we don't want them, but we have to play enough that we curve out, and we don't want to play mana rocks because mana rocks are gonna slow us down. So it kind of feels like you play a Theoden on turn 3 and you just pucker up and hope that it doesn't get killed. So if you have a 4th land, maybe you play a 2 mana creature, you give it double strike, and then you attack with just that creature. Like a lot of times Theoden can't even attack. So it's like all about this 3/1 creature that you're like making, which is like weird and like kind of Voltron-y. Huh. Yeah, the really conservative Magic player part of me is feeling as if my whole game hinges on whether or not somebody counters or kills my commander on 3. And that is a pretty striking vulnerability. And different from Shadowfax. Like in Shadowfax, you immediately produce value off of it, and you have a lot of ramps, so you can always recast it, and a lot of lands too, and lots of ways to find them. So there's like backups to it. This deck is faster than Gut, can be faster than Gut, but it feels like it's probably coming at the cost of just like a deck that can tango, with interaction, which to me, that doesn't get my stamp of approval. I'm not gonna lie. Which I'm not gonna choose to feel too bad about that, because even though it's a little disappointing, because I really like Theoden, and there's probably another way to do this that, maybe the way to do this is to build more around like creatures that are going to be, big enough where you're using Theoden as like a force multiplier, like every turn on like 1 to 2 creatures, right? Which still means you need to be pretty creature dense, but like we were running out of cards, right? We were totally running out of cards, and that's something that Shadowfax does not do. And I do have to compare it to that because they're both aggressive Boros decks that win through combat. And it's like, in that deck, you're cheating into play such good stuff, and you can play a long game. You have reanimation spells, you have a little more interaction, you have haste on your commander and on the things you flip into play. So it feels like it's doing something better than this, even though this is cheaper. And the flickering, was something that I thought would be really good. But the more I think about it, the flickers are just a way to like give double strike. I don't know. This feels kind of awkward, right? I like that Theoden comes on 3 and makes your 3 power creature into a double striker right away. So your turn 2 play, turn 3 feels pretty good, right? Because you immediately get to put a lot of pressure on things. But we didn't get to put a lot of 1-drops in the deck either. Cavalry Pegasus there gives attacking humans flying. I forgot about that card. But I'm glad you brought it up, Jack, and thanks for mentioning it, because I'd forgotten the name of this card, and yeah, this is definitely where we want to be. This is it's a 2-drop 1/1. All humans gain flying until end of turn. Like one of the things that that I'm thinking about here is maybe there's a build of the deck where you where it's a little more incidental. The human thing is a little more incidental, but like white has this really cool thing going on where it has a lot of really cheap evasive creatures that can just attack, 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 right? And they get in all the time. But like the nice thing about those is usually you can play them in a deck with the initiative where you can give them counters, you can give them a bone splitter, you can give them equipment. You know, you have some anthems in the deck, that kind of stuff. And what I'm feeling like here is like it's hard to do. I'm having a hard time imagining like if I look across at the Boros player and I think they're coming after me, I just kill their commander right away. Um, yeah, +1/+1 counters onto stuff might be another route. Yeah, to like build up our board so that we can still attack, right? Because my concern was it felt like we could only give double strike to one or two things, and by doing so, we ran out of cards. So if we wanted to apply the pressure, we have to continue to extend outward. And that's kind of scary because this deck does not do well if it gets swept. So the game plan looks kind of weak to me if we constantly have to extend and be aggressive, which to be honest, we should be clear, this is very flavorful. This is like the Rohirrim are all, you know, all brawn. They're just like go, 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 go. And they're all about aggression. And but like this deck is going to fold to so many there's so many sweepers in the format right now. There's so many. I play all of them. You know, I'm like big on sweepers. So I guess I'm seeing this through the lens of like if I was playing this, I would be you know, I would be putting the hurt on this commander. And the way I do that is that if somebody plays this commander and I ask them, hey, so where are you going with that? And they say, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to just kill it. Like a maybe or a I don't know is a I'm attacking you. That's the way I read that. So that's what I would do to something like this. And because I know that of what I would do, which feels like the right thing to do, I don't like the game plan. Just straight up. I don't like it. It's not the first time this has happened, though. Rona was a bit of a bust. This one is feeling like a little bit of a bust. I think it's worth taking a second stab at it, but I don't know if it's going to be the deck that I would even like. I like to build decks I would like to play. And at first, this looked like something I'd like to play. And it's still pretty exciting. There's some cool stuff, but Daniel says, as a double strike Boros commander, how do you think this compares to Rayav? I'm building him right now. That is the best comparison, and frankly, I don't think this deck can hold a candle to Rayav. Not even close. Not even close. Yeah, no, Daniel, I think this is the best way we can end this stream here pretty shortly, is to say that this is not as good as Rayav. I think that's fair to say because Rayav is giving double strike to things with these incredibly efficient auras that are sticking around. They still have double strike. We don't retain it. And that's what feels weird because if I'm swinging with all these 3/1s, like what the hell do I do against a third path Iconoclast player who floods the board with 1/1s? They eat our shit for lunch. Like, you know, we get wrecked. So Rayav is 2 mana. So Rayav also is going to dodge counter spells a lot more often because they're just not going to have mana up. Maybe they're ramping or doing something else. And so yeah, Rayav just feels way, way, way better. Like, and Rayav really incentivizes you to play a protect the queen strategy, which is not that hard to do. And I've played Rayav before, where you know you're putting so much hurt on people. It'll be way more reliable. Rayav is way more reliable. So let's take a look at Rayav, and we'll do a little comparison of this. And you know, to be honest, chat, like, we don't go into these Let's builds with any certainty that the thing is going to be good. I will say that I felt confident that this was going to be a good deck. And I think there's still possibly a good build of it out there. I may not be the person to build it, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm glad you tuned in too, Daniel. It's good to have you here. And I really appreciate you making that comparison because I think it's a really, I think it's a really apt comparison. And so let's take a look at Rayav. By the way, Daniel, I think this Rayav build is really good. I've been very happy with this build. So feel free to mimic this, or sometimes what people will do is they'll just go here more, duplicate, and then they'll just put like by Pauper or whatever, and then you can make your own tunes to it. Um, but like 30 creatures, still very creature dense, right? But look, the mana curve, it's still really low. We have 12 protection spells, which is more than we were running before. You know, we have more removal. You know, this deck feels really good to play. Really good. And there's cool tech with like Champion of the Flame, the Aki Ember Keeper, you know, pretty strong stuff here. Although I'm tempted to look and see, like, maybe there's some ways we can improve Rayav. You know, is there anything in here that we would want to have in there? Doesn't look like it yet, although Cavalry or Cathar Commando definitely looks like it could be here. You can see the formula though. This deck is playing, this deck is really simple actually. You play these 1-drops that have evasion, or, you know, some of them have provoke, for example. Yeah, and I worked on this one with Brewbear, who's like a masterful deck builder, really good deck builder, also a good friend of mine, and this one took a lot of work, definitely a lot of work. So what are some of the recent sets here? We'll just focus on this one for now because I feel like this is the most, you know, the best comparison. Like, is there anything like I don't think we have enough humans to make this good. I was just gonna go through some of the sets and look and see if there's anything that we want from this set that would go in the deck. Oh, this card is so good too. Hobbit Sting would have been in Theoden because there's so many creatures in it. It's just like one of the best white removal spells ever printed into common. But yeah. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot here we would want to play. Although something like +2/+1 to 2 different creatures untap them, which is a card I think in here, right? There's one that does that, I think. No. This deck could play Westfold Rider. It could play something, you know, like the Cathar Commando. The reason I don't have that is because this deck actually wants flyers. It wants, you know, it wants cheap flyers. And in fact, this one has lifelink, so that helps. But in this deck, you turn every 1/1 very early into a 3-power double striker, right? And that's one of the things that this deck is doing is instead of having to play all these creatures, you just play a certain number of creatures and enough of these effects that give, you know, +2/+0 that you can, you know, make them powerful. And like my last game that I played with this, it was like, you know, turn 1, I think I played, what did I play? It might have been a Healer's Hawk. Turn 1 Healer's Hawk, turn 2 Dust Corona, which made it a 3/1 unblockable. Or sorry, turn 2 Rav, turn 3 Dust Corona, and then Mirren Bane Splitter on my commander. And I was hitting for 8+, I was hitting for 14 on turn 3. That's super fast. You know, you could definitely, I could see a world where you like protect your commander and you just kill someone on turn 4. So this is like faster. It's weird, but like, yeah. So let's take this one into play testing. This one, the lands are actually adjusted properly. So like, look at this. This is such a great hand. We're gonna go turn 1 Loyal Pegasus. And I think we'll play this out for free. And then turn 2, we'll play out, we don't have protection for our commander. So what we want to do is go 1, 2, Seeker of the Way, and we'll actually hold this so we can buff Seeker of the Way with the Bone Saw. And then we'll go, oh, now we have protection. So there's two ways we could do this. We could, yeah, I think we play Rayav and we hold up protection, and then we swing with these two after casting this, which would buff that. And then say we have to protect our commander, because that's always a good thing to assume. So now we're out of action a little bit. This isn't a very good showing for the deck, but still, we can go land, and actually we could go Sajuri step, or we could go land. Yeah, so we're going to go land, 1, 2, 3, Skirk Commando, and then pay 1 to equip. And I think we'll do it to Rayav in this case, because we want to get, we could probably attack the combo player with this. We want to get the double strike commander damage. Yeah, Healer's Hawk is crazy, Daniel. You're totally right. Okay, so yeah, we got completely screwed here. We didn't draw anything good. So we'll restart this one. Yeah, but this would be one where Rayav is actually really important, but we actually don't have a lot of other stuff. We can go Cartouche onto Rayav, make the 1/1, give it a Aki Warpaint, and then go. That seems good. So we'll go Plains, draw. So now we're going to wait on Rayav because we want the protection. So we'll go there and, yep, draw. Ancestral Blade's great. So we'll go 1, 2. It's early enough that I think we can assume that we're going to resolve these things because people aren't worried about dying, so they're not holding up interaction. So now it's pro most of the things, red and black. And now what we're going to do is play this Plains, and we'll play, we could do Cartouche of Solidarity on this, or we can go, so we can go Ancestral Blade for a 2, yeah. Probably want to go, this is going to give it first strike, which we don't care about, but the token has vigilance. So we'll go Cartouche of Solidarity, and we're going to make a token. Oh, a warrior token. And then we go 1 for, probably want to do 1, 2 for Ancestral Blade. And this has a soldier attached to it, I think. So we'll go soldier, shift this up here like that. And then we'll go 1 mana for vigilance on this. So now this is a 1, 2, 3. This can hit for 6. So we attack with this. It has first strike. Yeah, just first strike. And then next turn, Heliod's Pilgrim's a great draw. We'll play our Furnace. And then Aki War. Actually, what we want to do is go 1, 2, 3. Go fetch up Benevolent Blessing. Which actually at this point, because we have our commander protected, we might not get Benevolent Blessing. That's interesting. We would probably want to look for, so let's go view all. Probably look for something kind of aggressive right now, although we could just secure our position. There's not a lot of card draw in Rayav. Yep, that's true. And the thing is that in Rayav, our board presence is super stable. And we're able to protect our threats pretty well. Like the protection doubles as giving double strike, which is great. So, you know, maybe the thing with Rayav would be to look into, let's just back out of this. In Rayav, we have Mask of Lawn Grace. We have, what other aura protection do we have? So O protection. There's not a whole lot I can think of. It has to be O Flash or O or type instant, type aura. It's only these. I don't like protection that's sorcery speed because it's a 2-for-1. So we have most of the good protection we want. We even have, do we have, yeah, we have Ward of Lights. That's good. You know, we could play something like Pentarch Ward too. We do have Volatile Claws in here for the reason that it's a protection spell that also gives us power, which is good. Skirt Commando is looking a little weird right now. Like, I really liked this before because when you modify it in some way, it's getting in every turn and then it's killing one of their creatures. So what they do is they have to block instead. So it's like a form of provoke in a sense. But I could see, you know, maybe we want like some of the, we could even play the Impetus. Yeah, we don't have a lot of draw, and that's kind of fine. We have the Belligerent Guest, we have Heliod's Pilgrim, Tethmos High Priest, we have the Wandering Champion, which can loot. And then we have, and that's most of it. You know, there's other things we could play too, but I think in Boros, a lot of times you're going to struggle with that anyways. But, you know, we could play something like Spirited Companion, and we could play, you know, Inspiring Overseer and stuff like that, which, you know, maybe that's reasonable. But we're not about having lots of threats. We're just having a few. And we have 30 creatures in the deck, which is a lot. It's plenty. Like this feels pretty thorough here. Yeah, the game I played, there was another aggro player at the table, and there were two combo players, and we just ran these combo players over super, super hard. Like we've got a video coming out actually soon, so keep your eye out for that gameplay. It was intense. We pushed some big damage, big damage. Ren's Resolve seems pretty good compared to the discard or something like that. Thrill of Possibility. I think Ren's Resolve and the other one, Reckless Impulse, should both be in here. I think that's undeniable. And we don't have a section for card advantage, so let's do a resource. Well, actually, no. This is going to be card advantage. I say resource advantage, but really, like, resource advantage is a lot of things. Resource advantage includes equipment. It includes anything that comes back from the graveyard. You know, we could even play something like, oh, what's that creature? It's a 3/1 Underworld Ragehound because it comes back every time. That's pretty good. Well, so let's do resource advantage like that. Daniel says, also the link from the Rayav video seems to be organized differently than the one you have on screen. Is it updated to a certain page or is it a specific Moxfield account? Here, let me give you the link again here. I'll just post it in chat so you all can see that. Oh, sorry for those of you who are watching later on. It looked like the chat wasn't there. So that's just a little tweak of my system here. There's the link. Yeah, maybe I need to go back and change the link to that Rayav video. That might be the case. Resource advantage. So another example of that would be ceremonial knife, because that's, and these are hashtag modifications. Click tags. Oh, it might not be forced. The tags might not be forced. Yeah. Core Halberd, Mirren Bane Splitter, Prying Blade. You know, we have the Prying Blade type stuff in here too. Sylvok Lifestaff. The main thing is that you only need to give one power, or to make a creature hit quite hard in this deck. If it flies, you know, it's like a 4-power flyer is going to end the game pretty damn quickly, and it's going to be very stressful for your opponent. Okay, so those two are good. And then we have Heliod's Pilgrim. And we have Tethmos High Priest, which does the same. Daniel says, thanks, Mr. Chewy. That was the difference. Not super used to Moxfield. Yeah, Moxfield is my preferred system for this, but not everybody uses this system, so I totally understand that. It's the one I like the most, though. Okay, so that's good there. And then what are the other ones? Resource advantage there from Wandering Champion. And I think those are the main ones. None that draw. You know, there are protection spells that draw, like Shelter, Pentarch Ward, but I don't really like Pentarch Ward. It's sorcery speed. You know, there could be an argument for like this might be one of those decks where you don't play removal that isn't a creature. You know, so like Lightning Bolt and Galvanic Blast are good. They also provide us reach, but like we should cut Skirt Commando. I think that's easy enough. Reprobation is our way of killing other things when we need to. Alternatively, we could play Aura. So what would we want it to do? We'd want it to have modality, you know, so something that could... Oh, you know, actually, do we want Sticky Fingers or Martial Impetus? Because that's a way of like removing something while having them attack other people too. Making treasures is pretty nice. The +2 is better actually. So we want it would be Sticky Fingers. Or sorry, not Sticky Fingers. We already have that in the deck. Yeah, we already have that. It just wasn't organized. I'm not sure why this wasn't... I always organize my stuff. Aki Warpaint. Yeah, you know, another card in here too that would be pretty sick would be like either Tillinolly's Crown or or the what's it called? Yeah, it's O+3 type aura. It's against two of them really. Tillinolly's Crown and Madcap skills, both pretty good here. Because they're really just 2 mana, which is the same as a Bone Splitter, but they're actually like more. So I kind of like these actually. This is cool. We get to work on something else here as well, in exchange for the last deck that didn't work out. We need to make some cuts though. It's funny, you know, really after working on that last deck, I am realizing that cards like, you know, Bolt and Galvanic Blast, and here they're a little bit different because we actually like can push damage on it's actually the same. We can push damage with them, but they can kill things as well. We can also kill things with Hunter Sliver, Goblin Grappler, and Deathblade Elite, and we can do that over and over and over again, which is pretty sweet. Must block. Let's do must be blocked, and let's see what comes up. Geez, these are expensive. This one it must be blocked if it flips, and I don't think that's going to reliably happen. And there's nothing else with provoke that we would want to play here because it's pretty expensive. Like this one here, these two are 5 mana. It's a lot. This one does have first strike, but again, it'll get double strike when we, you know, when we enchant it. So that doesn't really matter as much. So it's just like an expensive 2/2. And we really don't want our threats to be that expensive. That's not what we're here for. You know, it's funny, Beloved Princess. So Beloved Princess is interesting because we're like, this one can't be blocked by power 3 or greater. So it's going to win combat because of that. It's going to win combat a lot because of that, which is good enough. So I was just thinking maybe this needs to be a flyer, but it's also got lifelink, and that's what the reason I picked it in the first place. Flare Husk is one that I'm looking at right now as being kind of awkward too. Something like Glint Hawk makes you return an artifact to your hand. is a 2-power flyer. Goldhound, I think, was in the deck at one point. First Strike and Menace. It's not really as good as flying. And we don't need the First Strike. That doesn't matter at all. Not in this deck. The way this deck usually goes is you go turn 1 creature, turn 2 equipment, you know, attach it, hit them, turn 3 commander, hold up protection. That's really like our MO. And so it's a really cool card, but hard to make work. Okay, so there's just 1/1s with flying there kind of in the end. And we have lots of creatures, so we can cut like Flare Husk, I think, can go. I'm not actually very impressed with that card. It comes down as like a double striking 1/1. And it's like, what next? What was the last set? We had March of the Machines. Yeah, we have a bunch of the backup cards, which are pretty cool. You can see we've already been through this stuff here. And none of this is really looking appealing to me. Except for the Ren's Resolve. That one's pretty good. Reprobation is in here mainly because it's like the 1 kill spell that we have for a commander. But yeah, and then we're not attacking them basically. Like again, you know, we're not here to like stop people from doing things. We're here to like put them in the dirt. So we need to cut 2 more cards, which could be, we have a lot of these, but that's really the deck. That's what we're doing. Protection as well, we're not cutting that. So we would be cutting, oh boy, that does get kind of hard, doesn't it? Each one of these is a form of card advantage. That's the thing. So like one way to look at this, and one of the ways we designed this was that like if somebody kills one of your things, you're fine. You just equip that something to something else, right? Like, and if it has an enchantment, then that's fine, right? You just load up something else and then you protect that thing. And every time you're doing that, you're still pushing damage, and you're using your mana to equip things instead of playing things. And so you don't need a ton of cards, right? Spare Dagger could go. I'm not even sure about like these beat stick type effects. The treasure is cool, but it's also like not as important. You know, the card I was thinking about was that 3-mana Boast card. The one that, you know, the 3-mana Boast card. The other thing we could be looking at as well is like creatures that ping when you play like non-creature spells is something that we've thought about in this deck before too. You know, that's not a bad idea, but we don't have a ton of spells, so they wouldn't get as much value here. But it's pretty clear to me that we definitely want to be playing Ren's Resolve and Reckless Impulse. These 2 cards are too important not to play. If we had that Boast card, what would we do? So every time you attacked with it, it's 3 power. So if we gave it 1 equipment with +1 power, it's hitting for 8. And we can pay 1 to impulse every turn, which is pretty damn good, right? This one right here, it's expensive, but for this deck, it's expensive. But it's not that bad. And being able to get a card every turn is like kind of, you know, it's like an extra card for 1 mana is pretty easy to do. This one's going to go on the sideboard. And then we're going to be wrapping up here pretty soon because my brain's starting to melt a little bit. We have Guardian of the Guild Pact in here as a single way to really have like a super resilient threat that is going to be able to really apply pressure endlessly. You know, this is the kind of deck where Standard Bearer would be pretty good. Because Standard Bearer, again, this does stop most of the combos in the format, while also being protection on turn 2. And we can load it up. We can still suit this thing up with stuff. I kind of like that. We need to cut 3 creatures now, so we could cut, like, I'm not super sold on, like, the treasure makers that cost 2 to equip. Like, Beat 6 nice because it's giving menace, right? That's really good. But, like, the Spare Dagger could probably go. That card's only fine. How many of these creatures die to Tillinolli's Crown? So Tillinolli's Crown would be 4 Rayav, and purely 4 Rayav. And most of these are 2 mana protection. So it's a little tough to cast this right here with these. Because it, like, turn 3 play this. This deck would like a couple more 1 mana protection spells, I think, as well. Crimson Acolyte is a 1 mana protection, so is Obsidian Acolyte. Standard Bearer is free. Ephemeral Shields is free. We should actually, this is 0 mana. So we can actually change the mana cost on this to 0. Like that, and that'll organize it in a way that's more helpful for us. Benevolent Blessing is also just one colorless, because we're usually not going to pay 2 for it. So having, like, Emerge Unscathed or God's Willing, I'm not super concerned about, like, evasion, because I am of the belief that if you put people under the abyss where they have to block, that's kind of the same as ending their game if their creatures are important, and they usually are. We have a lot of evasion already, so something like God's Willing that'll scry would be better. Lauren's Escape would be another one that we could play too, but we are looking for cuts, that's the thing. So maybe Wings of the Guard, because we don't have, like, a ton of... We have 30 creatures, so we do actually have a lot of creatures. But this being, like, a 2/2 flying for 2 if we attack 2 different players is not amazing. We don't need our creatures to be big in this deck because they become big. So we can cut that. This is actually a deck that... this is a deck where Visionary is good. Soltari Visionary, which we've had in the deck before, and it got cut. Because we decided it wasn't the kind of interaction we needed, and I think that's still reasonable. You know, the thing about reprobation that's funny is, like, who's beating us in combat? You know, like, we're the combat deck, so why are we turning off? Like, this isn't even that good against combo decks because they will just flicker their commander to get rid of it, and it makes other people think that they don't need to die, and they do. So, like, this is, like, for a Dargo maybe, but, like, we can fuck with a Dargo. Like, Rayav is happy to just, like, sit there and say, come at me, bro. So maybe reprobation isn't what we want, and when we're tutoring things with Heliod's Pilgrim, it's going to be things like Ward of Lights, Chomano's Blessing, Benevolent Blessing, which can all go on your opponent's creatures. So we're going to cut reprobation for now. Again, interaction is not, like removal is not what this deck is trying to do. Healer's Hawk is great. I love the Lifelinkers here. This is great. Fairy Guide Mother, great. Moth Rider Patrol is fine. Ranger's Hawk. This is also a form of resource advantage, which I've already got there. I want this card in the deck. Like, this is another... I didn't realize this... I didn't know this card existed before I checked out Theoden. So now that I know about it, it's like, wow, if you can put this in a deck that gives it double strike, it can always swing. And that is like a card a turn. This could draw you like 3 or 4 cards, right? And that's awesome. So I think we're going to bring it in. at the 3 mana value here, and then we'll cut 2 things, which, how many lifelink effects do we have? 1, 2, we could Soltari Visionary again. 2, 3, and then we've got 4, 5 lifelink effects. Which are so good and so important because we want to be able to beat the other decks on the flip, and Spirit Link is definitely the better of the two because it stacks. Oh, Sentinel's Eyes is not. Spirit Link is the only one there. So we actually have 4, so it's pretty hard to cut there. Yeah, Soltari Visionary is unblockable, which is really nice, but a lot of our stuff is kind of unblockable anyways. We could play this over something like Galv Blast and Lightning Bolt, which sounds crazy, but like if we're thinking about these as interaction for combo players, like I'm much more keen to have just like an unblockable threat that like dumpsters their game plan, right? Like Soltari Visionary makes it so hard for a Gretchen player to win, and it blows up a lot of really relevant stuff, and it's got unblockable, and we like unblockable stuff in this deck for sure. We can't go down on this. This is too important. Aki Emberkeeper is kind of interesting. Whenever a non-token modified creature you control dies, creates a 1/1 spirit token. So the idea is if we play this, we only ever protect Rayav, because if they kill other things, then we just take the 1/1 and equip it with our equipment, and then they're scary again, right? Like, you know. Soltari Visionary, I think, does want to go, though, unfortunately. That's too bad. And then what we want instead is to cut some other card, which is tough. So we do have some resource advantage in the deck. I think that that's important to note. It's not barren. You know, we have quite a bit. Ren's Resolve, Reckless Impulse. I think adding the Firewalker is good. It is a little expensive, but it's a card that we hope isn't in our opening hand, I guess. Which, if that's the case, like, Volatile Clause, maybe? Like, we get hit pretty hard by sweepers in this deck. In a sense, though, we can always protect Rayav, and then if Rayav doesn't die because we protect it with a protection spell, then we just load everything onto Rayav. So we could technically cut this. This might be too cute. It's kind of spendy, I guess, in this deck. It's like 3 mana. Let's just run this and see. Okay, white. We don't have the mana to cast our stuff. This is another deck, actually, that in some ways kind of needs to have another land. Because it doesn't have rocks. We don't have the mana to cast our spells. So we're going to go down 1 more. Ugh, down to 5. Still don't have the mana to cast our spells. Wow. What's our land count here? Mountains, and that's pretty appropriate. Yeah, it's pretty appropriate. So we just need another duel probably in here. Yeah, I actually haven't added enough duels to this. So we'll cut this and go... oh, we don't have Opal Palace in here either, because our commander's not going to die. That kind of makes sense. So Path of Ancestry, and then maybe like one of the Alpine lands. Like the snow lands don't matter. A duel that maybe like Windscarred Crag. Like that. There we go. Okay, now let's run it back. We have a 101, but that's fine. I'm just interested in testing. Okay, this is good here. We'll keep that. Okay, so land next turn. Land into Obsidian Acolyte. Next turn. Now we can actually play Rayav and protect it for free with Ephemeral Shield. So what we'll do is go 1, 2. Oh, we probably should have played. Oh, we didn't know that we were going to draw this, so we'll play. We'll play Barbed Batter Fist because this is equipped already, so we can swing with this on the next turn, and then go next, and go 1, 2, Rayav, and then 1 mana to equip this with this, and swing for 12. 12 on turn 4. God, that's heavy. Right? Because 3-1, 6, 3-1, 6. And then maybe they go to kill it, and we go 1 mana, tap this, Ephemeral Shields. And then next turn, we're going to go Mountain into 1, 2, 3, Heliod's Pilgrim. And we could just go get more protection. And we'll actually tap 2 red for this, so we can leave up white, white. And then we'll go get Chomanos. Oh, didn't mean to draw that. Chomanos. Blessing, like that. And then, like, we don't really need to buff them up. Like, we just keep attacking. And we could actually, you know, we could load it up right now and attack for even more. Yeah, let's do that. This can be risky, but let's just assume they're tapped out. So we attack like that. Next turn, Ancestral Blade. This is a 2/2 hitting for 4. We have mana to go Beloved Princess. And then attack. Healer's Hawk. We're going to hold this. We could even hold this right now. We don't need to run into a sweeper that way, you know. And then what we would do is probably go... This is the same amount of damage if we equip it here, so we actually just want to do it this way. Swing, swing, swing. And like, what are they going to do right now? Protection on this. We have this right here to beef it up. This right here could have searched up for a more aggressive aura. Goblin Cavalier, we'll probably play that out because we want to maybe kill something by equipping this to it and then provoking. So go to combat with everything. This is turn 8. We would have liked to have hit one of these earlier. Like, more creatures isn't necessarily what we want here. So maybe having 30 creatures is too many. That could easily be the case. Like, too many. Too many. A lot of these do something else, though, too. Like, this is... We actually have more creatures than that. We have 14 1-drops. We have an Ancestral Blade that's a creature. Barbed Batterfist is a creature. Those aren't counted here. So what is that? 9 plus 14. So we would want to add... So, like, cut some of these. Like Moth Rider Patrol, maybe. This one here, being able to venture into the dungeon, isn't that relevant, so we'll cut that. And then we could probably cut Wandering Champion, because like looting is fine, although that is our resource advantage. Seeker of the Way triggers nicely with these different auras and stuff, which is good. These 3-value creatures, maybe like Belligerent Guest could go. I mean, the funny thing is it would be like Tuskeri Firewalker too, because Belligerent Guest is, you know, an evasive 3/2 with trample that's making blood tokens that we like. Tethmos High Priest gets them back. However, maybe that's not super relevant because we don't... Yeah, this is probably a good place to go for right here. You might want to buff this up a little bit, but this is like, you know, a lot of cards. Like with 20 cards, if we did... let's see, we'll pull up the Hyper Geo on this. Yeah. So in a 99 card deck, sample size is, so let's say like by turn 3, so that's 10 cards, and there's 21 in the deck, and we want to have like 2 of these. Yeah, we could actually go up on that and down on creatures. We have to remember too that the that the stuff like this, like we don't necessarily need more cards. We just need to equip creatures with our stuff. This one's nice because you can just play it and equip it. But in all honesty, like 3 mana creatures have to be pretty freaking good in this deck because we really want to play 1 and then 2 and then Rayav, right? So we could potentially cut. This one's pretty sick though because it does have a reduction cost, which does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It only helps with 5 of these, but then it equips for free usually. Okay, I could be swung on that. I'll bite, and I think I'm going to cut this one too, even though we just talked about how cool it is. And we'll go into considering, and let's see what sort of equipment we have that we could play, because we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 equipment, 12, 13 pieces of equipment. So we could do something like Golem Skin Gauntlets. Wait, do we have Boots of Speed? Good. Okay, Boots of Speed is there. Scavenged Blade. One of the things we found was that we really wanted to be able to play and equip these for 2. So could be more protection too, like God's Willing and Lauren's Escape. That does feel kind of important. Martial Impetus, definitely an option. Squeeze Embrace is pretty damn cool because when it kills the creature, you return that creature to your hand. What are these other ones? Lethella's Orders. Oh, destroy target artifact. Bravado. So Bravado is probably +2. No, that's probably not good enough. Veteran's Voice. Valor of the Worthy. Lifelink. Immolation. Hyena Umbra. Ethereal Armor. How many enchantments do we have? 15. So Ethereal Armor seems good. So does Squeeze Embrace though. This is basically Bone Splitter that's gonna get our creature back if it dies. Let's put this into the main deck because this is basically a form of protection as well as a modification. Yeah, it's basically Bone Splitter. It's the same thing, but it's gonna get our creature back if it dies. Bonds of Faith is another option. This one, if it's a human, it's going to get the buff. And we only have 11 humans, which is less than half of our creatures, so probably not. Utility Knife is quite good because it just auto-equips. There's also Inventor's Goggles, which is Artificer specific, and so it works with our commander. It just automatically equips and turns it into a 3-power double striker, which it would be better if it was power. You know, it's funny, there's a couple of other creatures that would almost be better too that have flying. Is it 2Ps? Oh. And it's going to be type creature. Yeah. That's pretty sweet. Could definitely look into that. Leonin Lightbringer is really sick too. This is really sick. Talk about a dope 3-drop. Wow. Lifelink on this one. So there's some potential to, like, you know, look at these ones that get you above curve. Like this one's particularly good. This one is also pretty damn good too. I think we're going to add these to the sideboard just to, because this is Vigilance actually. And Lightbringer as well. And then maybe this one for the lifelink. We have enough equipment that these are probably consistent. This one's really just a 2/2 because once we equip it, it has double strike, but that's actually quite good. It's a 1 mana 2/2, right? It doesn't have any evasion, which is what we've chosen to do instead. Sejiri step 1, 2, 3. It's not a lot of dual lands. I don't even know that secluded step is what we want to be, or a Sejiri step is what we want to be doing. We might need a couple more tap lands in here because the mana requirements tend to be pretty pip heavy. So I'm going to cut that one, add a plains. Oop, I cut a plains. And then we'll go, I don't think there's a lot of, it's all going to be tapped. So we'll just look for lands that might give us both casting costs. Like Boros Garrison's actually okay, but a lot of our spells are going to make that tap for 1 mana when we really want to be able to hold up the other. Grange is good, but again, you know, a little tough here. Something like, oh, well, there's those. Yeah, like these that can sack for cards later on. It's kind of hard though. I don't really want to do that. I think it's actually, honestly, it's just a Lorehold Campus. We're almost never going to scry. But this is better than the ones with the land types here because we don't care about the land types here. They don't matter. So that one, and then maybe we just add like, I mean, Boros Garrison's interesting, but I'm just a little worried about this. We'll do this one because it does give you a land back into your hand, which is good. So 36, and then we'll cut, because I think we need, yeah, need to be good on our mana. And then the 2 cards that we just got rid of, we just want to add some +1 power type stuff. So probably the utility knife because it's going to auto equip. So move that one in, and then we can move in. It's funny, we just cut the picks. Spare Dagger we also cut, which whenever it attacks, you can sack it to do 1 damage. So the thought was that this one can pick off certain small combo creatures while also just being a bone, like a Leonin Scimitar, I guess. Core Skyfisher's a pretty good one too. This one, oftentimes you just pick up a land and then you replay the land, which is really good if you miss your land drops. In fact, that one is going to go into sideboard. And then we'll do 1 more card, which will probably be... The short swords are really appealing here. Golem Skin Gauntlets could push a lot of damage because we have 15 equipment. So let's move that one in the main deck. It's just another big puncher. Yeah, I like that. This one loots every time you do combat damage. Oh, that's why we have this in the deck. Because this double strikes. It double loots. It double loots. That's also why we had the treasure makers. That is why we had them. Ceremonial knife the same way. Okay, so that's Prying Blade. That's why Prying Blade is there. That's why, yeah. Even Beamtown Beatstick, and same with Sticky Fingers, which is really good. Although lots and lots of mana is less good than lots and lots of cards. So let's see if there's anything else equipment-wise that we would want here for that. We've already looked at cards like this where it's like untapping 2 creatures, which is nice. Belligerent Guest is the one that does that. That's why it's in the deck, is because you you loot twice with this. Basically, you create 2 blood tokens, which is really, really, really good. Um, these cards also tend to be pretty strong because you hit, and they grow. There's cards like Slith Ascendant, which we had in the deck at one point as well, which are just slightly slower game plans. Oh, this is interesting. So this one you can actually hit them the first time, and then hit them the second time, and on the second one you sacrifice it to destroy an enchantment. That's potent. Um, oh, that's why this was there too, because it's like deal 2 damage, deal 4 damage. Ooh, yeah, we kind of we came back to this thing and kind of maybe messed up some stuff that was there and worked and good as it already was. Interesting. Got to be careful about that. I see why that's in here now. Maybe instead we don't run these, which I know seems crazy, but this is a machine gun. That's what that is. Hit them twice with double strike, 2/2. You could really mess their board up with this. Whereas these, we have no trouble killing people. These are more stack interaction too, which again, it's not super what we're trying to do here. So yeah, we could probably cut the utility knife, keep the golem skin gauntlets, and we've got the belligerent guest again, which is good. I see why that card is there. Damn, okay, so that's why we were at 21, is there just wasn't actually space for that before. And I like Squeeze Embrace, though. I like that a lot. And I could see that being better than Golem Skin Gauntlets in a lot of cases. This is going to be something that grows over time. There might be a point where you have a lot of these in play. It's 15. What are the artifacts that, oh, the lands. Yeah, the land artifacts. Well, it's probably got to be a creature then, because we already have a lot of creatures. And that's why this probably was there, or why we... Because what I want in these aggressive decks is I want to be almost doing like a Staxy kind of thing, where it's like the removal I do have is part of the pressure. It's part of attacking you, right? So you're dying to this thing, and it's like killing your creatures off, which I think is strong. But again, that is, it's... Oh, geez. That's why the Soldevi Visionary was in there too, right? Because this, the Soltari Visionary, because this thing, if it hits, you're going to destroy 2 enchantments. God, that's so gross. Maybe Guardian of the Guild Pack doesn't want to be here. It's kind of spendy. Doesn't need any protection for itself though, which is kind of nice. And that's definitely good. So actually, we're gonna backtrack on some of this stuff that we did. Let's get rid of the Golem Skin Gauntlets. I really like the Soltari Visionary. I like the Skirt Commando. We're just going right back to where we started, with a couple of small changes that we've made. Volatile Claws could technically go, although having an answer to sweepers seems really good, as well as a way to just kill people. This seems hard to cast and to do anything else, you know what I mean? But if we suit it up, it's never dying, which is pretty cool, and it's unblockable. So Standard Bearer and Squee Embrace were the two that we brought in. Oh, and Ren's Resolve and Reckless Impulse as well. Tethmos High Priest seems great. We love getting our creatures back, but it's kind of grindy, so we could cut that one. It's kind of nice though, because we can let our creatures like die, and if we have it in hand, and then like get them back. But let's cut that one for now. Okay. Yep, this is good. Draw for turn. We'll go. So we can go turn 1 this, and then draw for turn. Turn 2 this, cast both of these. And then next turn, that was a good draw. We'll probably just cast Rayav and then immediately put this on it. By turn 3, I think people are not able to hold up interaction in a lot of cases. So now we've got our stuff online. And then, see, this feels super dead right now. I don't like that. So we'll go 1, play this. We won't be able to equip it because we need to hold, well, we don't need to hold up that because we have this now. So we go 1, equip this to this one here. Swing for 4 and for 4, so 8 total, 9. Go to the next turn. I think what we do here is we can, I wish we had a few more equipment pieces. It feels like we're a little light on that and a little heavy on creatures. That's the one thing I'm noticing. Like this tech is cool, but like, is that really the objective here, to like be interacting with people's game pieces? It's spicy, but like, I don't know. I could easily see us cutting both of these here. This one's nice because it's going to give us the ability to loot through our lands if we flood. And if we're not flooding, then we're winning. So, you know, like these cards are good, but I think in a disciplined fashion, we would cut these because we don't need more creatures. Like a quarter of our deck are creatures right now, which is probably too many. And like even Guardian of the Guild Pact starting to look weird. Like, why do we need this card at 4 mana? Yeah, because what I'd like to just have is more auras. So like CMC equals 2 type aura. Something that gives like a +2 or +3 power would be nice. +3 power would be ideal. Which there aren't a ton of. This one's pretty good. +2, +1, and Menace. I like that. Oh, and this is the same thing. Is there anything better than what we just picked? Menace is strong in that regard. We already have Madcap skills. First strike is useless for us. Vigilance. Vigilance is a thing. When the creature dies, you manifest the top card as a 2/2, which is pretty cool. Squeeze Embrace was a good pick there as well. Tilonai's Crown, good. Okay, I think those two are fine picks for those slots. We'll add these to here because I think what we want is just more ways to buff up our creatures, right? Like not as many creatures. Less creatures, more ways to buff. Huh, now no creatures. That's funny. Okay, well there's one. So we'll go Path of Ancestry, and then we'll go next turn. That was a good draw. I think we'll go cast it, hit somebody. We need to play the Pilgrim first to get protection. And we'll get a Benevolent Blessing because our mana is a little weird. And then we'll go turn 3, play this, play out Rav. Pretty slow start. End step, if they don't mess with us, we'll cycle this, draw, draw. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Now we like make up for lost time super hard because now we push damage. We can only play, the ironic thing is we actually can't play these yet because, well, we could play one of them. Like Tillinolly's Crown on Swift Spear, hit for 10. That's good enough. Swing hit for 10. Maybe somebody tries to stop us, so we protect Rav because it doesn't want double strike. And then go to our turn. So now we're going to go 1, 2, Frenzied Rage on this. Which is going to be 1, 2. And this is going to be set power to 4. And I'll go up to 5. And then 1, 2, 3 for Belligerent Guest. This is pretty heavy. Turn 6, swinging for 8. 6 is 14, 18. All that. It's pretty sweet. We're going to hold these because we're going to start looting away with the Benevolent or with the Belligerent Guest. And I mean, right now we could easily kill somebody with just Volatile Claws. Yeah. We'll pay one of these, cast this. And we're going to have a blood token, so we'll just pay 1, discard this, draw a new card. 1, 2, Greatsword of Tyr. And then white, equip it to the Belligerent Guest. So we get 2 blood tokens a turn. We'll play this land out, I think. No, we'll just hold it. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. There we go. I think these modifications were good. I think we could go down on creatures a little bit more even. Down like 1 more, down to 25. We could go even lower than that potentially. And then I think at that point we would want to consider bringing the Tethmos High Priest back in, because the Tethmos High Priest could get him back. So if we ever get like destroyed, then we just play that out, load it up, and then get moving there. But I like these additions. Giant Spectacle is good. Frenzied Rage, both of these giving Menace and +2 power. You know, on any 1 power creature that makes it hit for 6 with Menace and Double Strike, pretty sick. So yeah, there we go. Well, wow, Rav, what the hell, dude? You co-opted the live stream. What the fuck? With that though, chat, my brain is a little melt. I've been doing this for many hours now, and for those of you who are still here, you're fucking scholars and saints. You've been in it for the long run, so I do appreciate you. Big thank you to all of our patrons. I'm going to read their names off here because we're not going to dox people. We're going to open up the right one. There we go. Because the patrons are the people who make this possible, and I really want to thank them all. So starting at the top, we've got the Sanctuary PDH, Jack, Eric, Adgan, Jerry, Zach, Scooby, Chris, Mizu, William, Paul, Corey, Derek, Devin, Ian, Bobby, Jin Shooting Star, and Noyark. Thank you all so much for making this possible. I just received my first ever payout for YouTube and for Patreon, and it felt immensely gratifying to see that people cared enough about this stuff to put their money where their mouth was and support this, support Clay and I's effort to expand awareness about the format and get this format into the hands of more Magic players, and of course explore the depths of this format. So thank you all patrons for all you do. Also want to comment on Theoden. We can go back to that really quick here. Just to wrap it up on this. Basically what we learned Oh yeah, thank you, Daniel. Appreciate the builds, man. Dude, great having you here. Appreciate your presence and your recommendations. Yeah, so Theoden didn't really work out the way we wanted it to. Judging by what I'm seeing, I don't know whether we'll revisit this one. I may leave this to somebody else to explore. Um, I am happy to lean into areas where I'm uncomfortable with stuff like this because it grows me as a Magic player. However, I think this is not really a deck that I would end up playing, where I would play Rayav. I would play Rayav for sure because Rayav feels less risky. We're able to protect Rayav better. Theoden, it feels slow if we're going to protect it. And it feels like it's pulling us in some funny directions, whereas the creatures Rayav and Chance become double striking for the rest of the game, and that's really good. This one feels like it wants to extend outward constantly and like snowball really hard, but it has no card advantage to help maintain it. The card advantage you can play is going to be stapled onto bodies that aren't as good. Extending further into sweepers is like the definition of like win more. Whereas Rayav, you're just like hitting for 8 in the air every turn, and that feels really good. Like because they can't stop you. You can protect your creatures. If they kill your creature, you just suit up the other one, and it just gets bigger. It's a lot more redundant. So the hypothesis was disconfirmed. We will say on what I wanted to do here. Perhaps there's a build of this that that does something different, but I'll leave that to you all to explore. So, Connoisseur is a fine common cardboard. For those of you still here, those of you watching 5-hour long replay, I doubt any of you made it to this, but look, I do this because I love it. So, Connoisseur is a fine common cardboard. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Thank you for sticking with us, and I'll see you on the battlefield. Peace.